66 years old today. Not rolls like that, not like fresh-baked rolls, which are lovely, especially early in the morning.
Go for a few right
when you
now.
get 'em fresh.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. What world-famous stand-up comedian grew up in a brothel that was run by his grandmother? And we will go to Charles and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Charles, good morning.
Good morning.
Charles, do you know the answer? Who we're talking about, comedian?
It'd be Richard Pryor.
Correct. Yes. Richard Pryor. Hang on the line, Charles. We'll get your information. And we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see The Head and the Hart and the Revivalist Wednesday, July 12th at the Skyline Stage at the Man. Tickets are on sale now at via Ticket, or you can do them via Ticketmaster. Complete information is available at WMMR.com.
I just watched a documentary about Richard Pryor. As you can imagine, growing up that way, gives him a slightly skewed vision of reality. Yeah.
And apparently his grandmother, ruled the roost.
Oh, yeah.
She was no one to be trifled with.
She cut people with, she was would cut people all the time and have them beaten up and...
All right, so we're going to go through the box office this weekend. Number one was Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, followed by Cocaine Bear, which had a good showing at second place.
A really good showing for Cocaine Bear.
Then you had Jesus Revolution, Avatar: The Way of Water, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Number 6 was Magic Mike's Last Dance. Then you had Knock at the Cabin, 80 for Brady. Missing at number 9, and A Man Called Otto rounded out the top 10 of the box office.
Jesus Revolution?
It's a religious-ish movie.
Okay.
But it's doing really well. Kelsey Grammer's in it, I think.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I haven't seen any commercials.
It's about a planet where there's these very tall people who are blue.
No, wait, that's Avatar.
Oh, my God, I was in the wrong theater.
All right, so we're in the thick of award season, and there were a couple of award ceremonies over the weekend. It might have been 3 of them. So you had the 2023 NAACP Image Awards were on Saturday, hosted by Queen Latifah. It was broadcast on BET. Angela Bassett, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Abbott Elementary were the evening's big winners. Bassett accepted the award for Entertainer of the Year during a live ceremony, and she referenced Ariana DeBose's rap at the BAFTAs, and she said, I guess Angela Bassett did the thing, which is what Ariana had said in her rap. And she also thanked Black Panther Wakanda Forever director Ryan Coogler, saying they showed us that we are royalty, and he built the crown for us all to wear. She took home Outstanding Actress in a Drama Series for her work on 911 as well. Wakanda Forever won Best Motion Picture, taking home 8 wins overall. Abbott Elementary was a big winner for television, winning Best Comedy Series and taking home 6 awards. Despite being snubbed by the Oscars, Viola Davis won Outstanding Actress in a Motion Picture for a role in The Woman King, a movie she said was nothing but high-octane bravery. And Will Smith won an award for Outstanding Actor in a Motion Picture for his work on Emancipation. Took to Instagram on Saturday to thank the NAACP, writing, "Wow, I'm absolutely humbled by this." There you go. Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade were honored with the prestigious President's Award, and Wade paid tribute to his trans daughter, Zaya, who legally changed her name on Friday. Also was the 29th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards, the SAG Awards. They were held on Sunday. And they aired on Netflix's YouTube channel as the streaming platform continues to develop its live streaming technology. There's no host for the ceremony, falling in line with 2020 and 2021 as well. The night's big winner was Everything Everywhere All at Once, taking home 4 awards in total, including Outstanding Cast in a Motion Picture.
So with the various award shows and this movie doing as well as it has, it's really the odds-on favorite for the Oscars.
Michelle Yeoh said, I think if I speak, my heart will explode. She accepted the award for Outstanding Female Actor in a Leading Role in a Motion Picture. According to Variety, Yeoh made history as the first Asian actress to win this category.
So when she was accepting her award, I watched it last night. Her dress is really beautiful, but she had these weird ruffle things on the front of her dress.
It's quasi-featherish, right?
Well, no, because they were rubbing up against the microphone, and she had no idea. So it was like
oh no.
Yeah, it was making these noises.
Well, Jamie Lee Curtis kissed her dead on the mouth when she won Outstanding Female Actor in a Supporting Role in a Motion Picture. And Ke Kwan teared up when he accepted an award for Outstanding Male Actor in a Supporting Role in a Motion Picture. Could you not be more happy for that guy?
Oh, my God. And he's
so wonderful.
And he is not taking any of it for granted. He is as nice and as sweet, and he's wonderful. I'm so glad his career, I'm sure he's more excited than am I, but that it restarted and it's doing as well as it is.
Yeah. We had a chance to talk to him last year.
Yeah.
It was great.
He was awesome.
We were so happy for him. Also, Brendan Fraser won Outstanding Male Actor in a lead role in a motion picture for his role in The Whale. And Fraser recalled how proud he was when he first got his SAG card in 1991 and essentially said, I wouldn't have believed you if you said I would have been standing here.
He said in sheer power and import that The Whale, the only time he felt that taxed in a movie was George of the Jungle.
George of the Jungle.
Because he's not from the jungle.
No,
he had to depict that he was.
They had a super funny skit. At least I thought it was on Saturday Night Live, where essentially Woody Harrelson is playing what Brendan Fraser was playing in The Hippo. And what his character did is he gained 450 pounds in 6 months. And then they reveal, like, and he committed to this. He didn't do a fat suit. And he's like, wait a second.
Oh, the studio was pushing for a fat suit, but I said no.
Yeah.
You mean that was an option?
He's like, that was an option?
There was a great skit on Human Giant, basically, that series, where there's this long-running Star Trek type show, Preston, and the guy is playing sort of like the Spock character, and he's so committed he actually gets the implants. And
my God.
And the show gets canceled, as you'd of course guess.
The evening's presenter, well, by the way, The White Lotus won the most awards for television. It took home Best Ensemble in a drama series, while Jennifer Coolidge won Outstanding Female Actor in a drama series.
Did you finish that the second season? Okay.
Yeah, I loved it.
Especially
the second season.
I'm only 2 episodes in, and I think they spoiled something in the thing last night.
Really?
Yeah. I'll have to talk to you about it off air.
Okay, I'm curious.
The thing with the guy?
The thing with the guy.
The guy with the thing in the place?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, he did that thing.
Yeah.
Sam Elliott took home the award for Outstanding Male Actor in a Television Movie or Limited Series, Kathy, for his role in 1883, calling the win the most meaningful acknowledgement of his 55-year career. The evening's presenters, including Zendaya, I'm sorry is how you pronounce her name, Paul Mescal, Aubrey Plaza, Jenna Ortega, Eugene Levy, Emily Blunt, Jason Bateman, Orlando Bloom, Ariana DeBose, and Diego Luna. We were supposed to have a clip of Jenna Ortega. Did you send that over, Marissa? Jenna Ortega, Steve, you sent this to us, and Aubrey Plaza, and they were wondering why they were paired together, the two of them. Right. And this is pretty funny. Here we go.
I don't know why they paired us up together.
Yeah. I know we have nothing in common.
We should find the people who did this.
And curse their families and watch as misfortune follows their bloodline for the next 7 generations.
Okay, I see it now.
That was great.
That is funny.
Here are the nominees for a male actor in a television movie or limited series.
They're both great. Aubrey Plaza's star is rising. She's got that new action movie that's coming out, and Jenna Ortega, man, just
she's adorable.
Yeah.
Andrew Garfield presented the Amazing Spider-Man. What is this?
What the hell is
Presented
that?
the Amazing Spider-Man co-star. That's how it is. Sally Field with the SAG Life Achievement Award. So she certainly deserved that. Award season. Here we are.
Is it over? I think we do most of them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think there's not many left.
Just the Oscars.
When are the Oscars?
March something, and then don't forget about the Skinatomy Awards.
Skinatomy Awards, Mr. Skin, yeah.
It all leads to the Oscars, and once the Oscars is over, I believe that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think it ends with
Yay!
that. All right. Well, it turns out that it wasn't just audiences who got emotional when Tom Cruise's Maverick reunited with Val Kilmer's Iceman in last year's Top Gun Maverick. Cruise had visited Jimmy Kimmel Live on Friday, where he had discussed the film's phenomenal success. And during the conversation, viewers saw a clip from the movie in which Cruise and Kilmer have a brief exchange. And Cruise said, I just want to say that was pretty emotional. He said, I've known Val for decades. And for him to come back and play that character, he's such a powerful actor, and he instantly became that character again. And you're looking at Iceman. And this led Kimmel to say, were you crying when you guys shot that, or was it just me? And then Cruise kind of laughed, and he said, listen, I was crying. He said, I got emotional. He's such a brilliant actor, and I love his work.
That's very cool. Cruise fought for Val Kilmer to be in the movie, would not take no. And obviously, he has the weight to make that happen. And that scene is awesome.
It is. Kimmel then pointed out that the film doesn't just emphasize stunts, but also has plenty of heart, leading Cruise to confirm that there's some tears. Kilmer has largely lost the capacity to speak due to radiation and chemotherapy treatments for throat cancer. Jerry Bruckheimer, who produced both films previously, told The Hollywood Reporter that Cruise was firm about the sequel, including Kilmer, who is now cancer-free. And Bruckheimer had said, Tom said, I'm not making this movie without Val.
I love it.
So it ended up being such a cool exchange and it really, emotional
Got
part
me, yeah.
of the whole movie. It's a great movie.
It's like when I listen to Josh Groban sing. It's the same thing.
Thank you, because I had just queued that up.
He did.
Yeah.
For some reason, right?
I was waiting for a moment.
That's what we do.
Yep.
Yeah.
We cycle together.
Yeah.
You raise me up. Shut the fuck up.
All right. We're going to segue into that lighthearted moment into a pretty intense story. This is yet another story being passed along from Paris Hilton.
Oh, man. What the hell's going on?
Well, she wrote, I think this is...
there a book coming out?
No, she's doing interviews, but she alleges that when she was 19, she had an uncomfortable incident with Harvey Weinstein at the 2000 Cannes Film Festival. And Hilton made the claim in an interview with Glamour UK. She was at the festival to attend the annual AMFAR Gala for AIDS Research when, Weinstein was hosting it that year. So she said that she met him the day before the gala. She said, I was at lunch with my girlfriend, and he came over to the table, and I was like, or he said, you want to be an actress? And I said, yeah, I really want to be in a movie. And she said, I was a teenager, so I was impressed by him, and I was like, oh, my God, Harvey Weinstein, so cool. And he said, well, we should have a meeting, and you can come up to my room and read scripts, and I just didn't want to go, so I never went, she said. And according to her, Weinstein became aggressive with her at the event the following night.
Let me leave you with this. I'll see you upstairs.
What a pig.
She claimed, listen to this, she claimed that he chased her into the women's restroom.
Oh, God.
And yelled, you want to be a star? At her. And Hilton said, I went into the bathroom, and then he followed me. He tried to open the door. He was hammering on the door, banging on it.
Ew.
And I wouldn't open it because I was like, I'm in a stall. Why do you want to come in here? And I just wouldn't open it. And security came, she said, and literally carried him away. And he was shouting, hey, this is my party. And he was going nuts. And it scared me and freaked me out. When asked if she had heard rumors about Weinstein's behavior before meeting him at Cannes, she said, yeah. And it was just someone so powerful in Hollywood who everyone was terrified of.
It's true. The Ronan Farrow book goes into, as I said before, elaborately into what he was employing and what his extortion tactics were. And he had people scared crapless. So... there were very few who would mention what was going on and what he was doing, behind the scenes.
Variety contacted him, a spokesperson for Weinstein, about the allegations, and of course they denied it. Hilton's interview with Glamour UK was published on the same day that Weinstein was sentenced to 16 years in prison for 3 counts of rape and sexual assault in Los Angeles.
This point, just admit it.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
Yeah. Brian Austin Green took to his Instagram stories over the weekend to share his side of the story regarding his ex-fiancée, Vanessa Marcel's recent co-parenting claims. So during a Q&A on her Instagram stories, a fan asked Marcel about her experiences co-parenting her 20-year-old son, Cassius, with Green.
It's a cool
and
name.
she said, we didn't and don't co-parent. I raised my son alone. Well, following this, Green shared a screenshot of Marcel's comments to his Instagram stories, and he said, so I can't tell you how frustrating it is to read continued lies from a 50-plus-year-old woman on social media like she's still in high school.
Oh,
Wow. Whoa. Woof.
He had said, bringing his ex-wife Megan Fox into the picture as well, she has never in her life been someone to walk the walk. Talk is cheap. Megan and I bust our asses to give Kaz Cass, I guess that's what they call him, a well-rounded childhood since his mom was rarely there. I'm assuming that's why she posts so much of him now. When will she just go away, he said. So
Yeah, they've been vitriolic throughout their entire relationship. That's why they split. So now Cassius is in his 20s now?
He's 20 years old.
So do they split driving him to work and picking him up after work and everything like
They
that?
probably still have shared custody, and so he's... This is still an argument between
My mother's
the two of them.
supposed to be here.
Ray Liotta received a posthumous Hollywood Walk of Fame star on Friday that his daughter Carson had accepted for him. She also read a tribute that was written by Martin Scorsese during the ceremony. And she read, I'm sorry that I can't be here in person today for the unveiling of the star for Ray Liotta. He said, after Goodfellas, I always expected that I would work with Ray again. And I always thought that he would be there. I still find myself thinking, when will Ray and I make another picture? And then I remember he's gone far too soon. We think we have enough time, but we have no control over our fate. Elizabeth Banks was there, by the way. She directed Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
This is his last role.
Right. You remember when Ray Liotta burst on the scene in Goodfellas? It's like, who is this guy? He's great.
I remember him before that. There was a movie called Something Wild.
Yes.
With Melanie Griffith.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
I remember going, that dude is intense.
Right,
man.
right.
That character was just intimidating as hell. And then Goodfellas shot him into stardom.
The sequence where he drops the girlfriend off, and the guy across the street who's made sexual advances on her, and he takes the gun, walks,
beats him in the face with it.
He's so
awesome.
unhinged, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Liotta was aware, by the way, of the Walk of Fame honor before he died.
That's good.
In May of last year, in last year. It was, he said, apparently his daughter said it was a huge honor for him. He was proud of himself, as me and my whole family were.
I think it'd be a nice touch, and maybe start doing it from this point forward. When they pass away, bury them vertically under their stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right.
All right.
So
vertically?
there's just something, because you don't want to.
There's not much
You
room.
can fit more
you can't do it
stars.
horizontally.
I don't know if you can fit those. So Carson said, I know that it was definitely very special to him, and it was a monumental moment in his career. She was so touched to be accepting this honor in the name of my dad.
Taron Egerton? Is that it?
He's in
he was there
Blackbird.
too.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, that series, Blackbird.
Yeah, it's Apple Plus. I'm off and on watching that show. I just keep forgetting that I like it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
what show is this?
It's called Blackbird.
It's a prison.
Yeah, it's a true
documentary.
story about. There's this guy who is in prison. Well, now, and he claims to have murdered a bunch of women. And so Taron Egerton is also in prison. They end up transferring him to that prison where the serial killer is, to get some information from him as to where he buried
I didn't know that was
bodies.
based on a true story.
Yeah, well, at least, I'm watching so many things
There are
right
prisons. That part's true.
now. I'm fairly certain it said based on true events or
all right.
something.
And Ray Liotta's in it?
Yeah, he
Okay.
plays Taron's father.
I'll have to check more of that. I just caught a few minutes of it.
Yeah, it's good.
According to Page 6, Brad Pitt and his rumored girlfriend, Inez de Ramon, were seen having dinner together on Friday. They were in Paris.
So that would be one of the meals they have during the day?
Yes, dinner is one of the meals they have
Oh my
during
God,
the
we
day.
have dinner.
Yeah, I know.
just
We're
like
just
us.
like
They're
them.
just like us.
All right, they're just like
Now
us.
you're going to tell me they have breakfast and lunch.
No,
I don't know about that.
Passe.
A video shows the pair sitting next to each other and talking to other guests at
You can eat that last Pop-Tart?
at Fouquet's on the Champs-Elysees.
Fouquet.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce that or not. Nick, you know French. Fouquet.
It's probably Fouquet
Fouquet.
or Fouquet.
Fouquet on the Champs-Elysees.
It's right next to Eat Me.
No, it's Fouquet.
Or is that the Champs-Elysees?
It is, yes.
Oh, okay.
Garcon.
Isn't that what Chevy Chase says in European Vacation? Garcon.
Or Garcon.
This comes a week after Paul Wesley officially filed for divorce from de Ramon. So
Paul Wesley is he the Yellowstone actor?
I don't know.
Or is he from Vampire Diaries? Or is it My Time to Sit Down?
What about Brad Wesley?
Brad Wesley, that's
he was
it.
the bad guy in Roadhouse.
That's
Yes.
right, Ben Gazzara.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Steve? Vampire Diaries?
Right.
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, there we go.
Or you're thinking of Wes Bentley, who is from Yellowstone.
I'm thinking of Berf Turkle,
Oh, that guy.
who starred as Flange in All the Young Ones.
Flange.
You remember Flange? Berf Turkle is
That is one of my all-time favorite made-up names that has ever come out of your mouth. Flange.
It sounds sort of cool.
Sounds like a stuntman's name or something like that.
Flange Riprock.
Oh,
Yeah, he did the highest fall out of a helicopter.
Flange. All right. Well, anyhow, we're moving on. This is pretty entertaining. Russell Crowe and his girlfriend, Brittany Theriot, were denied service at an Australian restaurant because they didn't meet the smart casual dress code. The couple went to eat at Mr. Miyagi, a Japanese fusion establishment.
Does it actually have a Karate Kid tie-in?
It might. No, it doesn't actually. But in Melbourne, wearing outfits that they had played tennis in earlier in the day, but the staff was quick to deny them entry. Crowe's manager, Grant Vandenberg, said, I wonder if he's related to Flange. Flange Vandenberg. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
So he said that he went there wearing a brand new Ralph Lauren polo, having just played a game of tennis, and was turned away. The restaurant described itself
But I'm hungry.
as casual but fancy, where work gear, activewear, singlets, and flip-flops are forbidden.
What are singlets?
Kathy, is that like a jumper?
What, a singlet?
Yeah.
I think it's like a one-piece kind of tight outfit, I think.
Okay.
It's an aborted Fraggle.
The owner, Kristen Klein, said that we treat everyone the same. It doesn't matter who you are or if you're Russell Crowe. We've got a dress code that we push across every level. I actually kind of appreciate that. You know, if you're gonna
If that's what you're
enforce
going
that,
there for, yes.
then everybody needs to. It's everybody.
I get dressed up all the time, even for like McDonald's.
Klein said the staff member that denied Crowe's entry did not know who the Robin Hood actor was.
They go back to Robin Hood?
A very unfortunate situation for everyone.
like Gladiator?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they used Gladiator earlier in the story.
did?
yeah.
Yeah, in fact, one of the first things they reference is the Gladiator actor.
The LA Confidential.
usually
Confidential,
when you read these stories, they have a variety of,
they're good
of
like
titles that they put in like that. Okay, next time you write it, if you guys want. The restaurant also addressed Crowe clearing up the air, and apparently there's no hard feelings.
All right.
I guess. So, I don't know.
How is he looking these days, by the way?
Chubby.
Yeah.
Still, you know.
From Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
Chubby.
How do we look? Chubby? I think it's champagne talking. So BJ Novak honored his ex-girlfriend and Office co-star Mindy Kaling with the Norman Lear Achievement Award at the 2023 Producers Guild of America Awards on Saturday. So we're going back to that.
So we had how many? Okay. So
this is actually, no, we talked about SAG. We didn't talk about the Producers Guild Awards.
So that was 4 award shows over the weekend.
Something like that, yeah. Speaking of their tumultuous, romantic, toxic, boundaryless mess of a relationship, that's what he called it. He said, we are in love with each other, and we were in love with each other, and we were reckless idiots. And he ended his speech saying, she cares so much about everything, and I care so much about her.
So the rumor is that he's the father of her.
Yeah.
kid.
Nobody's ever confirmed that, right? But they make a really cute couple.
I think they're great.
It'd be great if they stayed together.
I'd be a throuple with them.
Yeah. Hugh Jackman, this is interesting, told the BBC's Front Row in a recent interview that playing Wolverine over the years has affected his voice. He said, my falsetto is not as strong as it used to be, and that I directly put down to some of the growling and yelling, he said. My voice teacher in drama school would have been horrified by some of the things that I did in Wolverine. He said, during Wolverine, I did some screaming and yelling and things that I think did damage to my voice.
Potential damage to the voice is why Josh Groban turned down that role, Preston.
He said,
right?
which I think I'm working on. Nobody's having it. No. Like the moment he starts singing.
Shut the fuck up! That's so inspiring. I don't know why you wouldn't let it play a little bit before you started cursing him out.
He said, I did some yelling and things that I think did damage to my voice, which I think I'm working on. I work with a singing teacher, and I make sure that I try not to hurt myself. And I really put a lot of effort into both physical movement and my vocal preparation for every role.
I saw him on Broadway in The Music Man.
How was he?
He's awesome. He's so. But you know what, Steve? He can't. And it's not in the musical, but he can't do Space People anymore.
He can't do Space People?
He can't get up that
God
high.
It's the falsetto.
Yeah, it's the falsetto.
Is that? Do they include that now in the?
No, not in The Music Man. But
They come from space, so they
That's
don't
his
come
original
from
recording.
here. These are the space people.
Listen, I can't hit those notes, and especially this part.
yeah.
A different
Planet.
planet.
Nope.
Space
Now he's got to go
people.
down.
Man.
Get that right.
Yeah.
All right, one last story. Yellowstone star Wes Bentley.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that why you said his name earlier?
Yes. That's the only reason to do it. So I had a story coming up. Is sharing what he knows about Kevin Costner's rumored scheduling conflicts with Entertainment Weekly. He said the news that's come out recently about the show is, he said, it's above my pay grade. Different people making decisions. He said, I know that they're still working on or working things out with everyone to make sure that we shoot, and I'm confident that we will.
I'm going to shoot.
He said, we always have before, and I think it's probably a bit of drama over nothing.
My guess is there's a little bit of standard contract finagling. I mean,
Probably.
but Kevin Costner is a center
Oh, yeah.
character of that show, right?
I mean-
would it exist without Kevin Costner?
Unless they killed him off and that's how he left.
Yeah.
I don't think he can just go away and then pop back up. It's not like that. The only way that he's leaving is if he gets killed.
All right. So he's not going to leave it like he starts a falafel truck or something.
Yeah, right. Exactly. By the way, Wes Bentley's
Just like falafels.
Wes Bentley's character on this show is you hate him and then you feel bad for him, but most times you hate him.
Yeah.
Really?
I like characters like that are not black and white.
Well,
Yeah,
you
no.
have all he's part of a family that they're just tough and gritty, and
he's not.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, well, he was born and raised on a on a ranch, and these guys are they're cowboys, and he's the smart one that went to school.
He's
and,
guff and tritty.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're ready for clips now. Aaron Eckhart lives for the thrill of the chase in the new film Ambush. In this clip, he talks about his favorite roles. Here we go.
I love to act, and it's fun to run around. I'm an athletic guy. I love, my perfect movie is I'm running around and grunting. I don't have any words to say, and saving the world. That's my perfect movie, and get an Oscar for it. Shut the fuck up!
He's great.
He is great. Ambush is in theaters on Friday. Here's our next clip. Not every actor has the opportunity to work alongside Julianne Moore, but that was not the case for Justice Smith. And in this clip, the Sharper actor talks about how their paths have crossed. Here we go.
I did ask her about Boogie Nights. That's one of my favorite movies of all time, but I should have asked her about Jurassic. I didn't even realize we had that in common, that we're both kind of in this franchise. But yeah, I didn't ask her anything. I should have.
Wait a minute, Jurassic
Park. They were.
She's in one of them?
She's in Jurassic Park 2.
Is she?
Yeah.
The second one?
Yeah,
God, I don't even
she
remember
is.
that
She
one.
is. Her. It's her. Jeff Goldblum.
Okay.
And then it's okay.
Sharper's out now, and
Vince Vaughn's in that one.
It is on Apple Plus. Vince Vaughn is?
Vince Vaughn's in number 2 as well.
He is?
Yeah.
See it.
Check the cast. I think I'm right.
Okay. Well, there you go. That's the last story that I have for you. Thank you. Well, hold your
come on now.
Come on.
there's more entertainment to come. So Nick is looking up Jurassic Part 2, Jurassic World 2. Is that what you're looking at? Yeah, Julianne Moore, Vince Vaughn. There you go. And all the other people. No. Okay.
All the other
I'm not
wonderful
going to
people.
spend all the time going on that. No, I'm going to sing a song instead. Hang on a
Which
second.
one?
This one. Happy birthday, Josh Groban. All right, let's take a break. Come back. Don't forget, we have an announcement coming up in the late 9 o'clock hour. We also have a chance for you to win Bruce Springsteen tickets roughly an hour from right now, around 8 o'clock.
Wow.
We'll ask you to call in with those titles that we played on Friday, and somebody is getting those tickets to one of those Bruce shows coming up this summer. So hang out with us for a while, why don't you? Because we'd love to give those to you. Be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Is that what?
I can't believe it's not butter.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s, probably. And if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay.
I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go,
you
Parkway.
Need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man, no.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
First sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like
Like a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door.
I'll build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still gonna taste good. You're gonna get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
Yes,
Peter
inspiring,
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill, yeah. See if you can pull that up. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter Squareless Waffle Boy.
Butter Squareless Waffle Boy?
Or something to that effect.
It's butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I heard recently that isn't even, I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make, in fact, they've said they've noticed a a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has, like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben here.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys were busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times, it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Okay.
You all right?
Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
I was wondering why you talk like that. And actually, it's the thing is the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. We, of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
Poor kid, you poor kid.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
Excited to come on air with us.
We just pulled him in hat by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Off guard, that's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is, how does
Let's start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Oh, why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. Well, first of all, the website is pretty, like, once you, like, get it down, it's super easy to, like, use. And yes, like, sharing is, like, so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it's actually and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay. Please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is like our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is like Java and HTML. That's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little symbols.
We had to handwrite all of it. Then we had to type it up. And that was like his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right. Because
This
all
is
the other students
outlandish. This is absolutely outlandish.
No,
Take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What
cheating?
am I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to scribble them or whatever.
Just you have to talk through them. Just keep
This is
talking.
the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
$25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, he's talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. The Steve being outrageous bad is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, the answer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how like far people will go to like actually cheat. And I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that like I swear they didn't care.
do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen to
I guess to keep up with
their
the
reviews
standards
and
or
stuff like
whatever.
that?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
conceivable.
I went to a really good school, so like I guess like high test scores were like super important.
So it's plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on like if he liked you or not. Like we would write what we had for breakfast on, like literally I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. Like I swear
bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he
It's gotta be
passed.
so
Like,
hard.
he was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code, my fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport. All right, thanks, Kath. I saw this interesting story. It took place over the weekend. An 8-year-old was taken to the hospital Saturday after he was found hanging by his neck.
Oh!
I
at
saw
an
this.
indoor park in King of Prussia.
I said, oh, they opened like that Ninja Warrior type place. Like we have to go to this. My friend and I were like, yeah, we're gonna schedule. And then this story came out. She texted it to me. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna pass on that.
Upper Marion police say it happened at Thrills High Flying Adventure Park on Henderson Road. And here's the deal. It says the boy climbed head first down a rope ladder.
You're not supposed to do that.
Well, that would be really hard to do.
Yeah.
And then got tangled up and lost consciousness.
Yeah, they say he was hanging from the. Oh.
Is it Ninja Warrior or Kamikaze Warrior?
He was eventually freed, and 2 off-duty cops administered CPR on him.
God.
And, he regained consciousness, was able to speak. He was taken to Paoli Memorial Hospital.
The place looks pretty cool.
It's it's in the old Get Air on Henderson Road in King of Prussia.
Okay. The old Get Air on Henderson.
It was like that
Right near the
trampoline
golf
park.
place.
What's that case?
Your golf place, that PGA store that you like to go to on Henderson.
The PGA.
You never stopped in next door to buy some air?
The only PGA store I know is at the Metroplex.
No, you. All right, never mind.
It's next to a lighting store.
I don't know. I'd have to see exactly where it is. I don't know roads. I just know places.
I know colors and I know a few numbers.
And some numbers. And a letter or two. And that's about it. But anyway, what?
There was a golf store right there.
Are you
Maybe
talking
it
about
wasn't
in
PGA
the
store.
King of Prussia? I remember the golf store in the King of Prussia Mall.
No, not in the King of Prussia Mall. It was a special. It was brand new, and they invited you out there to take a look at their stuff.
Oh my God! I wish I. Oh no, PGX.
PGX.
Yes.
Is that a golf store?
That's a golf brand.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I thought you meant the PGA store.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 different places, or PXG.
So now we got it.
PXG, not
All right,
PGX.
you guys hug
PXG.
each other now.
But anyway, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what it is.
Hey!
Hey. There's there's escape rooms down that way too. Anyway, kid was hanging by his neck. And listen, I am honestly shocked that stuff like that doesn't happen more often in some of these places. But the trampoline, high flying adventure things
constantly.
Yeah.
Well, and when you sign those waivers, you're signing everything.
So what are they called? Jump zones?
Yeah, like a trampoline park. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never
Sky
been.
zones.
A sky
Sky
zone.
zone,
I'd
yeah.
love to go. But
I only tore
but
my ligament on my foot my first jump.
you've been
at the Sky
injured.
Zone,
I know
yes.
other people have been injured.
Yeah.
I think this place though, they just opened. Like they just sent out a press release. So like this is not good for them.
Oh man. Well, I mean,
They remained open though. They closed whatever the ladder was, but they stayed open.
Yeah, that's what the story says. The rope ladder, the boy was climbing on closed, but they remained open. So
When you're a kid, you freak out for places like
it's
this.
the best.
I don't care. You know, they could post the number of strangled victims on the. It wouldn't matter if you're a kid because this exactly appeals to you.
Yep.
So we didn't have anything like this as kids. We had like Circus Town. We had Celebration Station.
We had houses under construction.
Celebrations.
Yes,
yeah.
me too,
Yeah,
Steve.
we had that
if
too.
they weren't finished with the
where we
house
go
yet.
do it. Yeah.
Man, did you have a playground?
Oh my God.
Oh my
I got in
God.
such trouble one time because my father, he knew where I'd be. I was in those houses under construction at the end of
Steve, I did terrible things when. I'm sorry, Casey. I know you want to touch on
What
something.
did you do?
I lived in a neighborhood that was expanding, and so they were building new construction. And at the time, okay, the Incredible Hulk was a big, popular television show.
And what does Hulk do?
Smashes through the walls, and they had like styrofoam. Temporary wall stuff placed up there. I guess this was part of the construction back in the day, and we would just go crashing
So
through
you
that
weren't
stuff.
trying to be destructive. You were just playing, but you were.
We were tearing apart new construction, man. I mean, it was
vandalism.
It was the best. But if and sometimes there would be like just basement foundations and stuff like that, and no ladders, no stairs, whatever. And if you fell down in
You were
there,
down there.
You were down there,
Yeah.
dude. There was no getting out. You were in a pit.
In fact,
and that's all there was to
they
it.
would leave it that way to stop you from going down there. But it didn't stop you.
Didn't stop
no.
us.
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, Casey, go ahead.
No, I just say we didn't have like these types of places that you know, or at least not an abundant amount of them.
Right.
Yeah, but they did have. Oh, what do we call it? Slam ball? What was it? There was one place in like, oh geez, like Sharon Hill that had trampolines with essentially a basketball court.
Well, that was
attached
like
to
what
it.
Croce was pushing. Remember that sport for a while?
Yeah, but it wasn't
Before that?
It was before that, and basically it was like 2 caged trampolines, and you had to throw. It wasn't that.
All right.
But we had that, and then also you could also rent a basketball court where you could get the nets down to like dunk level.
All right.
Like that's it. You know, like the kids these days, I would have gone crazy for a Sky Zone.
All of them are good. I even like the McDonald's. You know, those little ball pit areas.
yeah.
There's always eventually some kid's going to get caught in one of these things,
Sure.
and that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
And they're going to be dangling by their foot. But that's, I mean, you can't not. You can't unless you give them string to play with, and even then they'll choke on it. But I mean, the kids are going to do stuff
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
but this is a different story. The kid was hanging from his neck. I mean, this kid easily could have died. He did. They had to give him CPR. But what was I going to say? These places get so crowded too that like Urban Air in East Norriton, that's a popular one as well. And it's like
Urban Air is cool. There's one in Royersford, and they've even got like zip lines and stuff like that.
Inside?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty
inside.
cool, man.
But they get so crowded that like when you go, you say to the kids, at least at a certain age, okay, go ahead, have fun, and you're just kind of sitting on the side. So like that's what I'm imagining. And that is that this mom just said, go ahead, have a good time. Was sitting at a table, and then all of a sudden her kid's hanging from his neck somewhere.
You wouldn't expect. So when you go to these places, is your goal to come back with at least most of the kids you went with?
Most, yeah. I would say majority. Like you want at least 80%.
80% is a win.
Kathy, do they cut it off at a certain amount? Like we can only have 100 kids on these.
I don't know.
things
I
at
mean, I
once?
think so because
Isn't
I know
Sky
at
Zone
least
by
the.
appointment?
I'm sorry.
Is
what?
Sky
Sorry
Zone
to
by
interrupt.
appointment?
Yeah, I think Sky Zone. I think you have to make appointments.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Because there's been times where like it's been sold out for a certain time, at least at the jump
sessions.
places. Yeah.
Yeah. How could you can't jam up a trampoline with 1,500 people?
Plus,
right?
like if you're gonna have a birthday party there, you definitely have to set aside a certain time.
Yeah. Because you're going to come in rolling in with like 20, 30 kids or
You know
whatever.
what we should do? We should take like get a senior birthday party.
Oh my
And
God.
take them to Sky Zone.
Oh, yeah.
Like
yeah.
80 and above.
Well, then let's also have a mass funeral.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they would wow us.
So, Kath, you've done like Great Wolf and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do they have? Because my daughter got stuck in a water slide, but this was in like Jay Peak, Vermont. It's one of those ones where the bottom drops out and you go straight down, and then you do a loop de loop.
And where'd she get stuck?
Not at the top of the loop, but she got stuck. Luckily they have little escape hatches and stuff, but she wasn't big enough, but we thought maybe she was big enough because you can either
You have to keep she didn't have enough momentum to go through.
You can either be too big or too light, and she was too light for this
So
thing.
what happened?
She's still there.
They had to rescue her. Like they had
Through
to,
the hatch?
Through the hatch,
And,
yeah.
pull her out
She
or
had to,
push her down?
She had to shimmy down, I believe. I don't think she could shimmy up. Yeah, I think she had to shimmy down.
Oh my God! I would have been freaked. I would have torn the water slide down.
I think what you do is you send a kid that you like if he has a nickname like Chud, you send him through.
down.
Yeah,
clear the blockage.
Yeah. I just give her all the credit.
Send up Chud. We have a stuck kid.
Listen, water slides back in the day before they are what they are now.
Right.
They used to be made essentially out of concrete.
Oh
yes.
That they would paint with something to make it a little bit smoother, and it was rough, man. And I loved going to the water slide, but you could get all beat up on that.
Yeah.
I mean, and obviously we don't want to get started on Action Park because we talked about that a gazillion times.
I mean, right near where you used to live, Press, there was a place called the Family Fun Spot, and all it was basically it was just 2 water slides and a go-kart track that went around it. Yeah,
I remember it.
Yeah,
man was at the horrible looking place. I never took my kids there, not one time.
As a kid, it was great, though.
But you think somebody was motivated? I want to set up a family fun place where families can come and have fun.
Yeah.
And somehow between the goal and the dream, it never quite ends up. We had a place called Fairyland when we were growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And Fairyland, for the an acre that it was on, managed to cripple and kill more kids. I don't even know. I mean, things weren't even that tall. They weren't that fast, but it was a nightmare.
As Kathy pointed out, this kid was hanging by his neck.
Yeah.
Did
you ever get stuck in something?
Well, here's what I was going to throw out there. We've asked many people to call in with, this injury, that injury, this. I'll bet you there's not one single person listening who was ever hanging by their neck.
Oh God.
Well,
I don't even want to think about it.
If you were ever hanging by your neck, call 215-263-WMMR.
That's a tall order.
My cousin wasn't a kid. He was actually a full-blown adult, and he was building a swing set for his son, and ended up, he slipped and fell and was hanging by his neck. And I don't remember how he...
Your time is so limited at that point.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know how he escaped. I feel like his wife was there and ended up
she was on the seesaw.
Did you say, so this was a swing set?
This was a swing. Yeah.
So what I have in mind, what I don't know what he was hanging on, is like a chain link.
Right.
Could you imagine being hanging by your neck by a chain, like a swing set chain link?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, that's how you kill someone.
Yes.
That's how you aggressively kill someone. But it's the other way, too. This kid hanging upside down. He's hanging by his throat. You've had a couple stories where people have been inverted, and there's only so long you can hang upside down before your heart seizes, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But it's longer than hanging by your neck.
Right,
I mean,
your neck,
you can hang upside down for 20 minutes.
You
or
can
something
write a
like
will.
that, but
while
yeah, you can at least.
Dearest Nancy,
your loved ones, let them know how you felt about them.
Currently hanging upside down at Fun Zone. I don't expect to see you again.
Who's singing the lullaby?
You raise me up.
All right, hang on a second. Let me go to, I'm going to go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston and Steve. How are you?
Great, Aaron. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so my sister was at piano lessons when I was little, and I was riding my bike around the playground next door, nobody paying attention to me, and I was wearing my bike helmet. And I tried to go down in between 2 monkey bars, and I couldn't fit with the helmet, so I was just hanging by the strap on my helmet by myself, panicking.
Whoa!
And I couldn't get the clip. I started reaching for the clip, and it was too tight.
And this was around
really close to being bad.
Aaron, this was around your neck?
Yeah.
Oh
So the bike helmet strap was keeping me up.
Oh my God! How did you get out of that?
Finally the clip broke.
Oh my God!
If it hadn't broken, I'd still be hanging there.
You'd be a goner.
You'd be
That'd
dead.
be it. Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong. We did have someone who was hanging by their neck at one time. How old were you at the time, Aaron?
8.
Okay. And did you tell anybody immediately after it happened, or did you just take that to yourself?
No, absolutely not. I was the middle child. I was the problem kid. So I was always getting into trouble. I was more worried about getting in trouble after.
Yes, you kept that to yourself. Yeah, I'll bet.
Don't tell Mom I hung myself.
All right.
Still to this day, I haven't told my parents.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you for sharing. Appreciate it.
Have you ever done a ropes course with the zip lines and all that?
Yeah.
Okay, so my buddy Vince, he went to go zip lining. You're supposed to hang on to the top of the zip line.
Harder than it seems, right?
Well, he let go and essentially zip lined hanging upside down.
Yeah.
Oh, there's video of it too. It's just so good.
I love footage like that. Whenever you go to a zip line course, that's the last thing you want is to be inverted and zip lining.
All right, let me go to Clay. Hey, Clay, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's
How
up,
are
Clay? Good, buddy.
So I wasn't hanging by my neck, but I was hanging by my face.
Oh,
hanging
by your face.
Your face. Okay, do tell.
I was working at Front Oil Refinery in South Philly, the one that's no longer there. And I was working in the tower. And our job was to go in and cut the trays out in the tower. Usually we come in from the top and work down. But there was only like 10 days left on the job, and they put gangs at like 5 different levels. Me and my partner were coming up from the bottom. And the second level tray was popped up like in a V, an upside down V. And I was standing, I had my feet on a scaffolding pole. I had my one hand on one above it. And I put my hand on what's called a wall downcomer. And I leaned against that wall downcomer. The trays came down from the V position and flattened out and hit me in the face just below my cheekbone.
Okay.
And pinned me against the wall.
I'm trying in my mind to picture exactly what's happening. So this thing closed, basically squeezing your face, and you're pressed against the wall?
Yes. I was hanging about 30 feet from the bottom.
All supported simply by your face?
Yes. They told me if it would have hit me in the neck, they would have decapitated me.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Clay, why the long face? I got a story to tell you.
How did they get you out of that, Clay?
Well, my partner that I was working with, he came up and he was using his back to pry the tray off me, and he was just digging in my face. So I was twisting my body around. Well, I blew 3 discs out in my neck.
Oh, my God. Because your body's being suspended off of your neck and face. It's not the way you should live life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you still have after effects of that today, Clay? Can you still feel it?
Yeah, I still feel effects. Look, I have limited mobility on my neck. I have a fusion. C5, 6, and 7 are fused.
Oh,
jeez.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's got a 6-foot neck.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Thank you, Clay. Appreciate it, man.
Jesus.
We'll see you. By the way, he said like 3 or 4 things. I had no idea what he was talking about.
Like the flange and the flagel.
Yeah, with the flange and the flagel.
And down in Fraggle Rock.
But all I know is he was suspended by all of his weight was suspended by his face.
So when you think about, your neck, and people will, they'll tighten up their jaw. There's only so long, even if you're...
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's only so long you could do that.
If you try to support yourself by
Right,
tightening
right,
it up,
yeah.
your muscles aren't
You
used
start
to being
rupturing things.
I told you guys the story. My poor dad. I used to. He had back problems, and so he would use this traction piece of equipment. It was a headgear,
right?
And he would hang it over an I-beam in our unfinished basement, and with a weight on the other end of it, and it would pull his neck up. And he would sit there and his face would all squished over like this, and he was beet red, and he looked hilarious. And here I am like a 10-year-old kid laughing my ass off in front of him. And he would be like, "You shut the hell up right now." Like he wanted to kill me.
Would you pull a chair up and sit there and watch?
I would stand there, and I just knew that I would stand out of his reach because he wanted to choke me.
I remember those rigs.
Yeah. Let me go to a couple other calls. I have Jeff calling in now. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Preston?
Good. What's up, my man?
Yeah, when I was a little kid, we used to play cowboys and robbers and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I was a robber, and they hung me from a swing set and pulled the wagon out. And
they hung you?
Okay, so you were a robber. Dude. And so they were going to do frontier justice on you. They were going to hang you.
Yeah.
So what did they wrap around your neck?
we had a rope and everything set up, noose and all that good stuff. He's regular cowboys,
Oh, my
And,
God.
Cowboys and
my
robbers.
We was at my grandmom's house, and I was at a friend's house, and they was like a yard away, and my mom happened to see what was going on, and she rushed down there and got me before I started dangling too long.
Oh, my God.
Jeff, is it possible they were just attempting to kill you?
Yeah, kids are. We just pulled the wagon out, and there we go.
Well, you've seen it in the movies. That's how they do it, right?
Yeah, that's the way they do it. So. But this is the first time calling. I'm down there from Smyrna, Delaware, and it's nice to talk to y'all. Have a
Thank you for
thanks,
calling,
Jeff.
man.
Appreciate it, man. They said you was hung.
They
was right. Oh, my God. They actually hung him with a noose, dude.
Oh, my God.
That could have ended up very, very bad.
He just reminded me of something that we did years ago. When you first learned how they fake hanging in movies and they have the second harness around.
Did you try to make one of those?
We did try to make one of those.
No.
Now, I wasn't hanging.
Oh, my
But
God.
it was pulling across my it was counterbalanced by the rig, but I was like, this is not working.
Yeah, it didn't completely choke you.
This is not working.
But there was some weight being bared on your
it was
on your
countered a little bit, yeah.
neck. Wow. Let's go to Josh. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Great. What's up, Josh?
So when I had my first child, she was roughly 2 or 3 years old, and we went to the playground, and I decided to race her down the slide, the pool slide. Counted to 3, and when I let go to slide down the slide, my hood got caught on the top of the slide.
Oh, no.
I hung for 30 seconds by my neck while my wife and daughter laughed at me.
Oh, my God.
Laughed at you? Look at Daddy's turning purple.
I'm surprised they let you get on with that on.
No, it was at a playground.
Just a playground.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you can do what you want at the playground.
Oh, my God. That's crazy, Josh. Wow. And were you running out of breath?
Oh, yeah. I was gagging and throwing my hands and feet around.
Daddy's funny.
Poor thing.
And the family is mocking you.
Oh, my God. Thanks, Josh. Like things like scarves.
Yeah.
And so on. If you're going down a slide or something like that, they can get caught up.
Oh, yeah, like on work sites and stuff. They would never never let you wear stuff like that.
Yeah, without question.
Can you even wear a hoodie, right?
Yeah.
Around
I don't know.
machinery.
That's a good question. I'll go to Jared. Hey, Jared, morning.
Morning, you guys rock.
Oh, thank you, Jared. What's up, buddy?
So, it's had to be like 7-8 years ago. We were at the river up in Hamburg by Cabela's called Peace Rock. And we're all, hanging out. We're swinging on the rock and everything. Well, this one guy, like hipster kid with dreadlocks, was getting on the rope swing. And he had one of those, like, rope necklaces that were, like, real, fashionable back in the day.
Yeah, know it well, yeah.
He went down. He went on the rope swing. Went to jump off. The bottom of the rope swing got caught on his necklace and just dangled him like a noose over the water.
My God!
So Jared, did his body jerk when the rope caught it?
Oh yeah, he had a real bad, like a real deep rip on his neck. It was all purple and shit.
Oh, well, hang on.
Well,
hang on.
And stuff.
It's all purple and stuff. You said
his neck could have snapped.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jared, let me ask you this: Was he, when he was dangling by that, was he still above the water, or was part of him in the water at that point?
So the water was probably up to his knees because everybody's jumping in and trying to rip on him to rip his necklace, and that's how they got him. But he was bad. His eyes were bright red and everything.
Dude, had he been out of your reach,
that would have been.
You know what I mean? If that rope was that high, he would. He would have died, or you would have had to put people up on your shoulders to get up there and reach and to get a hold of him.
That's the thing. That water was at least 10 feet deep. There was no way that was going to happen.
Oh my God!
You could have sent a squirrel out on the limb to chew through the rope, but that probably would not have been easily done.
Quickly call the woodland creatures to help. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy, Jared. How did he get him down? What happened?
So like I said, a handful of people jumped in the water. Well, they grabbed his feet and they just started pulling on him, which, obviously.
Stop it.
it luckily ripped his necklace, and he fell down into the water, and they pulled him out. They called an ambulance and everything.
You know, he raised a good point, Jared, because people panic. They don't know what to do. Someone's hanging by their neck.
Yeah.
You know, but she just might very well pull the other way. I think that could be problematic.
Wow, that's insane, man. Let's go next to Craig. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, buddy. We're just talking about people that accidentally got hung.
Yes. So when I was a kid, a bunch of us were playing like hide and seek tag, and in my backyard we had all these woods and everything, and we used to have a laundry line up, and we had a dog, so we had one of those metal chains connected to the laundry line for the dog.
Sure.
So I was running, and it was night, and I went underneath the line. Well, the chain from the dog's leash wrapped around my neck, and you know, when it got to the end, it pulled, and it lifted me up off my feet.
Wow!
And I fell backwards, and I'm like hanging there, holding the chain, like, oh my god! And a couple of my buddies came up. My one friend came up, like tagged me. He's like, oh, wait, you're hanging, and I'm like, yeah. Wow. They took the chain around my neck, off my neck, and they're like, by the way, you're still it.
You didn't even get a break.
Of course.
You bring up you remind me years ago, my friend got literally clotheslined by a clothesline.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was...
Must have been low.
It was low.
Okay.
And it was in snow. So it was it wasn't like a chain. It was like they used to have the lines that were sort of encased in plastic.
Yeah,
or like,
I know exactly what you're talking about. It was made of metal, but it had a plastic covering on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what caught him. But yeah.
Wow. Nick pulled up this. Somebody sent over a link in the book The Dirt about Motley Crue.
Yeah.
Mick Mars hung his own brother by the neck while he was young, and not intentionally. They were playing Cowboys and Indians, he said, and he talked about it. And I guess it was kind of like the other caller. They were playing this game where you're going to hang you.
Wow.
And so they did.
It was Cowboys and Gangsters, wasn't it?
He said Cowboys and Robbers, but yeah, wow, man. All right, let me go to, we have EJ on the line. EJ, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, EJ?
Hey, it wasn't me, but it was my younger sister, and she's 5 years younger than me. And we were outside, and I was out front watching my dad mow the lawn. It was loud, couldn't hear anything. I got bored, so I went out back to play with my sister, and I see her hanging by her neck with one of those old rope, knotted rope climbing things that was attached to the playground.
Right. Okay, sure.
And I see this, and I freak out, and I run over to her, and I try to lift her up. No one could hear us because of the lawnmower. And finally, my dad saw us, and he came running. And what happened was she said that she tried to put the rope around her waist and tried to jump off of one of those plastic picnic tables.
Oh, my God.
And it slid up.
And instead, it couldn't fit around her waist. So she thought to put it around her neck.
Oh, my God.
And so she's lucky she didn't snap her neck.
Yeah. How old was she, EJ?
Well, I'm 5 years older, so she was like 7. I was like 11, 12, something like that.
It's a good thing. Yeah, she was at that size, that weight would do less damage, and but if she was a little bit bigger, that could have snapped her neck.
That's
wow.
It was crazy.
Dodged a bullet.
Hey, do you remind her of that? Say, hey, remember the time you hung yourself? Yeah.
I remember how you saved your life.
As a sibling, that's what you do.
Exactly.
Thank you, EJ.
Later.
You ever see the guys? I don't know what they specifically refer to it as. It's not bungee jumping, but you'll see these guys, and they'll use regular rope. They'll be up on a cliffside, and they'll go running out to the length of the rope, and then jump out.
Oh,
and the rope will swing them around. But it's like, man, that's incredibly problematic. But they do these super long swinging things. There's a guy who was like the best guy in the world, died because it eventually, I think, catches up to you.
There was I remember seeing a documentary ages ago, and it was in an African country, and it was a group of people who would do this. Essentially a version. They've been doing it for centuries.
It's a religious thing.
It's a version of bungee jumping, but they use vines.
Yeah.
and they jump, and they don't stop short of the ground. They land on the ground.
They're slowed down a little
They're
bit.
slowed down a tiny bit by the vines, but you hit the ground.
They kind of do this. They go, and they hit and then drag in a little bit.
It's
right?
crazy.
Yeah. I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that either. No,
Maybe we should open up a place in KOP, Preston.
Called I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
But if you want to try, we'll let you do it.
Oh, here
my
it is.
God! Yeah,
Here,
this
guys,
is it.
watch. This is what Preston's talking about.
We're finding a video. We found a video of it, and they've created this scaffolding from trees, from branches, and things like this. And these guys use vines, and they will jump and essentially land on the ground. And it's to show their manhood.
Right.
So, okay, hang on a second. We're watching this video. Oh, see, and they hit the ground.
Right.
And
And they're not
crazy.
Now, mind you, it's dirt and it's mud and stuff like that, but it still has to hurt.
You notice it's always dudes doing this? There are never any women jumping off this thing with vines attached to their ankles.
If history has ever shown us, no matter what culture it is,
we're the idiots.
The guys are doing the stupid things.
What happens is that the wife will come over with the will right after that. Sign this.
Wow. Okay. Well, anyhow, I thought this is a terrible story, but fortunately did not end in tragedy.
Yes.
Of this kid in King of Prussia at this this adventure park, and he got caught on this rope ladder, and it was hanging by the neck.
Yeah.
So, but apparently he's okay. They took him to the hospital, and he was conscious and all that stuff. But pretty wild story. But thank you for your calls. We do appreciate that, and I stand corrected. I didn't think anybody living
Turns
would
out
call.
everyone has.
Yeah, a lot of people have been hung by the neck. I want you to stick around because in just a few minutes, within the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to look and see if you've been paying attention, or at least you were on Friday, to the 4 songs that we played through the course of the day that are by the boss. And we will have your opportunity to win tickets to the show on Friday, August 18th at Citizens Bank Park. We'll give a number caller in just a little bit. Don't call right now because we're going to come back into the bizarre file and all that stuff, but I'll solicit for a specific caller. We will return in just a few minutes, so hang out with us, all right?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve.
Arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. She has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
Outside now, going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh my god.
All right, we have to wrap this up.
Oh, we do? Okay, all right.
No.
Officials are working to contain a scabies outbreak.
No. What the hell?
This is at Radnor Middle School and
no way.
one student from Radnor Elementary School, yeah. Yep.
Scabies.
Mhm. And at least 18 students were diagnosed with the infectious disease.
Okay, what is scabies?
It's a rash.
Okay.
Isn't that... Wait, okay. Scabies isn't crabs?
Well, it is caused by a mite. A little creature.
Okay.
But they normally it's not visible to the naked eye. But it's not It's not crabs.
It's not... Okay.
It's not like
but
crotch
do you
crabs.
get it down there?
You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
so
you're lucky.
The scabies will burrow under the skin and lay eggs.
Oh, God.
An itchy rash consisting of raised tracts, bumps, or blisters may appear on parts of the body, including between fingers, wrists, elbows, armpits, waistline, thighs, and genitalia.
Including the nutsack.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Well, there
all the little crevices and cracks.
Yeah.
They lay their
Ball
eggs.
sacks are yummy.
I remember in high school there was an outbreak in our school, but it was everyone who was getting it down there.
Yeah. So it seems like it's few and far between that we have scabies outbreaks. I always consider that one of those bizarre peripheral things like scurvy and gout.
There was the guy that I told you about that wanted to go halfsies on the fleshlight.
Oh yeah. And by the way, again, take that in. Nick knows someone who wanted to go halvesies on a fleshlight.
Yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, me too. I love him, but I hate him. But there was an outbreak of it in college.
Is this guy an Elvis impersonator by any chance?
No. But he was at the Nationals game last night. But he was in college. He got scabies, and he got it through sexual contact. And so we would make fun of him incessantly afterwards. And the way that we'd make fun of him was just by saying scabies every time we would walk by. But yeah, he got it through sexual contact with a very dirty girl.
Okay, all right. By the way, Steve, you mentioned scurvy. Scurvy, I read the other day, is making a comeback.
Of course.
Hey,
it's all the rage.
Because of like fasting diets and things like that.
Oh,
People
that's
They're
awesome.
not getting the vitamin C that they need, I guess.
We thought we'd missed out on it, Preston, because we weren't able to take the trip to the New World.
Yeah, it's a vitamin C deficiency, and it can make you really, really sick.
Like fruit and stuff like that was how you fought it, right?
Yep.
And leprosy, we learned, is making a comeback.
That's where the term limeys came from, is when the English would travel, they would load up all these limes to try and keep scurvy away. Hang on a second. Maddie has scabies, and Kathy's going to leave the room now. She doesn't even want to be on the phone with somebody with scabies. Hey, how you doing, Maddie?
Good. I had scabies.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, it says actually has scabies.
Yes,
Okay.
I had scabies, and it was horrible. I think I got it on the Appalachian Trail because there was no STD thing going on.
Yep. Okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and that's possibly where this particular outbreak came from. But I'll get into those details in a moment. How bad did it get for you?
It was horrible, dude. Every fold in your skin on your body, they burrow into and they lay eggs, and there's these little tunnels. It's horrible. And
You're laughing as you're talking about scabies tunnels.
Yes,
Yeah.
these tunnels. They're like under your skin, like in your knuckles and the creases of your finger.
Die.
So Maddie,
in your junk too.
in your junk. Okay, we're looking at a picture. You're right, Maddie. It says skin condition caused by burrowing mite.
And they lay the eggs in there, yeah.
They lay the eggs. It was horrible. They gave me this poison that I had to rub all over my body.
Yep.
And I had to wait like an hour and let it seep in. And then blistering caused. There's blistering afterwards.
Maddie, let me ask you: did they make the trip down to your junk? Did you have it around that region?
They were anywhere there's a fold or a crease. There is burrowing mite.
And not for anything. Go ahead.
Here's the reason why it spreads like that. The incubation period is like 2 to 6 weeks.
Oh my God!
Before the itching even occurs, so it gets all over your body. These
And you don't
things,
know yet?
And like you said, Maddie, listen. It says the doctor in this story said you apply this cream. It's a topical prescription from scalp to toes. Every part of the body.
Everywhere, and it burns.
And then you have to sleep overnight with it on. They said it needs to be on for 8 to 10 hours for it to work properly. Yeah.
Do you have to put it in the butthole? Oh my
God. You put it everywhere, Preston.
Okay.
Thank you for clearing your throat.
Do you have to put it butthole?
No, I'm a 40-year-old man, and I had it when I was 30, and I had to have my mother rub the cream on my back. That's how
you didn't have to.
Yeah,
I would have.
I mean, can you
who else am I going to ask?
I don't know.
Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Maybe like a girlfriend or wife.
Somebody who could put it in your
mother. I have to go over to my 30-year-old single son and rub ointment in his ass.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I did not realize the burrowing was an issue. That that adds a whole other realm of hell to it. I always thought it was a slightly bit more benign, but it does sound very similar to genital crabs.
So they said the outbreak was caused by a camping trip that some of the students attended.
Oh, they went to Whore Island.
The doctor said they all hung out together, which is the typical story for scabies. Some of the kids, we did see a few of them, and that, that most likely it was just because they were all in close contact with each other. They were camping.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when the whores come in.
True. So sleeping bags and things of that nature and camping tents, it's a confined space.
I've had a few texts come in, and also it looked like a call had been up as well. Were you guys familiar with chiggers?
Yeah. Chiggers, yes.
Yeah. Growing up I lived in the South for a little while, and we would always warn about, those look like chigger bites. Which were painful. I mean, because you could scratch them until they bled almost. I mean, as a kid, I was just itch so much you wouldn't stop scratching.
That's why that park went out of business at Chiggerland.
Yeah, no, that's Digger World.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of. But anyhow, I don't know if they're the same.
They're related, I guess.
Are they?
Yeah, they're also mites. They're just different kind of mites.
Chiggers, I always assumed were a little bit bigger.
I don't know. Mites, I guess, you can't really see them.
No, these ones are called trombiculid mites.
Okay.
Which are different than the scabies mites.
By the way, you know there are little creatures all over your body all the time, Kathy.
I
right?
plan on it.
Oh, stop it.
Like in your hair follicles.
Constantly, oh, crawling in and out of all sorts of orifices.
No, not mine.
And then they, of course, they have to defecate.
Right. I mean, they are alive.
I mean, and so all over your body, there's little
We're
recesses where they're crapping.
Right.
And then having sex.
Interesting.
In your own body.
Growing up, my dogs would get fleas all the time.
Yeah.
And it's never been an
That's
issue.
from sleeping with dirty dogs.
No, but I mean, it's kind of an invasive species.
It's incredibly invasive.
And
once you get it in the house,
we
it's
had to have our house bombed a couple of times. And because, my one dog, he would just kind of like hop the fence and run the neighborhood. So I don't know where you pick up fleas. Where do you?
Anywhere.
Any street corner.
Yeah.
You should dress like slutty.
Nothing quite like Scabby Welts, man.
Yeah.
That's
the old bluegrass singer.
His name is Scabby Welts, and he sold more records in Pakistan than Slim Whitman. Hi, I'm Scabby Welts. It's great here to provide you folks with music. Music that'll make you want to scratch.
He and Boxcar Willie went out on tour together. So,
But he died of scratching himself to death.
Yeah. Scabby Welds. You remember Scabby?
Yeah.
From the good old
Order
days.
now and get a second collection from Pussy Fistula.
Oh my God.
Let's see if we can get an answer to our stupid question. Wow. I don't know who's on the phone. I don't know what they have to say. So I think our phone screener's messed up here. So
This is Guess the Caller Wednesdays, Preston. It's a new thing.
Okay. Hang on now. My phone lines aren't even lit up. I gotta.
Okay.
Casey has to do what's called retake the board.
You need a gun?
No, it's a little step process where he has to hit a few buttons and can I try it?
Go
All
for
right,
it.
let me see here.
For it.
No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. So now he's got to do
Is
this.
this because of cleaning?
Of course it is.
Oh, it is.
You touched something.
I didn't do the board.
Try now, bro.
All right. Hi. No. It shows that somebody has them on the line right now.
Did Bill Weston do the board?
No,
Hey, Casey,
Robin did the board.
Can you talk to them through that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, Casey's going to interpret. Ask the person who's on the phone.
Hey, WMMR, who's this? John, how you doing, bro? What's your
All right.
answer, man? What's the question?
Ask John. So the angles in a triangle add up to how many degrees?
Yeah, how many degrees, bro?
Bro.
He says 180. Is that right?
John's right.
Wait, hold the earpiece up to the microphone.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear this.
All right.
Hey, wait. I got to wait for the bells and
No,
whistles.
you'd have to put the other one so we could hear him.
Hear him.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, there you go. Hey, John, can you hear me? No, Casey, there. Jesus. Let me try this again. John, can you hear me? John, say something. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear him. Casey's actually holding the handset up to the microphone.
He was talking, John. Can you hear
I know,
him?
but we can't. The mic.
Yeah.
Just barely.
By the way, I
Okay,
think he said his
barely.
name is Ken.
Now, is this John or Ken? He did say Ken.
That's why I wasn't answering.
All right, listen, Ken. Sammy's got to go.
We gotta go. You won.
Oh dear God. All right.
Give him his goddamn prize.
So the answer is 180 degrees.
All right.
I think we have it. I think it's
I have
fixed
no
now.
empathy.
Hold
I
on.
have no
Wait. No, it's not. I just hit the button and nothing happened.
It's not.
That sucks. It's not working, Case.
Great.
We were going to play the whoosh.
Oh, jeez.
Nothing is working.
How did they clean the board with a hammer?
No, we use Q-tips.
Q-tips attached
We
to hammers?
specifically didn't hit any buttons or unplug anything.
Or you did.
Or it
push
did.
buttons
Totally did.
and had lesbian love on the board.
Casey's trying to fix this so that we can hear that wonderful sound effect, but it's going to take a little while, so I'll move on.
I bet you other shows can play woot woot.
Okay, now the board just disappeared on me.
Everything's shut down.
I wonder if we're even on the air.
Are we on the air right now?
Oh, no.
Marissa, can you go into the other room and just kind of give us a thumbs up? Let us know if you can hear us on the.
I think things would sound different
On the radio
in our
waves?
headphones if we
Well,
were
this is
on
the
air.
longest emergency broadcast signal of all time.
Right. It's literally the board, which is normally lit up with all kinds of crazy
Okay.
blinking lights, is now dead. All right, now it came back on. All right.
Yeah.
Yep, we're good to go.
Marissa says yes.
We're still on the air. Congratulations, guys. We were talking earlier about the three women behind home plate at the World Series, flashing their bibbies. By the way, did that make it on national television?
Oh, yeah.
It did, yes.
Clearly. I don't care about the World Series now. So.
There was no mistaking it, and I find myself watching behind home plate a lot. I don't know why, but I get distracted by it, and then you saw this coming on, and it was one of those things where the instant reaction was, "Wait, did I just see what I think I just saw?" Yeah,
right.
Are the mooning and the pressed ham as big anymore?
I mooned somebody last week.
You did last week?
Yeah.
I
was going to press ham, but I didn't want to. It was down the hall at the other studio.
I didn't see.
Wait, our own coworkers?
Yeah.
I didn't see bare ass yesterday, but I did see a man spread his butt cheeks on the streets of Philadelphia.
What?
Why?
So we were at Steven Singer Jewelers, and we were walking over there. And somebody had pulled over it was at right at 8th and Walnut, insanely busy there, okay? So this person had parked his car in a non-parking spot too close to the thing is what do you do next? What's how do you top that?
I think you try to become a Supreme Court judge.
Maybe you do that.
Yeah. All right, guys. When's the next game? Is it tonight?
Yep.
All right.
You going to do it, Case?
Preston Steve butt plug. Behind home plate. What do you think? Do you think that'll get us some?
What do you mean?
If I put a butt plug in and I moon the camera, and it says
I thought this was a charity thing.
I thought it was a charity event.
I thought he was talking about promoting a charity.
All right, I'll put a can of something up there instead.
Yeah. Well,
It'll be the Camp Out for Hunger.
We say butt plug all the time.
How about inserting a mag light?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were going actual butt plug.
No, is it
Putting a full police mag light in.
Bless you, Casey. Thank you. In fact, I'll bless you with song.
You raise me up. Shut the fuck up.
I love that that's gone on all morning long.
Josh Groban.
Oh, you know what? Real quick, I would like to mention this. We have a new Daily Rush video. George Niang. And it says here, the gang experiences the big eye from your Philadelphia 76ers. And go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush. And you can see the video and any other that you have missed. Sponsored by X. Before we get into the bizarre file.
93.3 WMMR.
It is time to test and see if you paid attention last Friday. And remember the 4 songs that we played from Bruce Springsteen. We will take caller number 17. Those 4 songs that we played last August 18th. So caller number 17, we'll let you take a crack at it. And we'll do the... All right, it is brought to you this morning by your friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs. And you can visit proteamcollision.com. We'll start with this insanely disturbing story that I saw on ABC News this weekend. Police in Hong Kong filed murder charges against the former father-in-law and brother-in-law of a model and influencer whose body parts were found in a refrigerator and a skull believed to be hers in a pot at a rural house.
Horrifying.
Authorities also arrested Abby Choi's ex-husband on Saturday night and charged him with murder. He will be appearing in court today alongside 3 family members. Choi's former father-in-law and his eldest son were charged with murder, while her former mother-in-law faces a count of perverting the course of justice. Choi had financial disputes involving tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars with her ex-husband and his family. Apparently, some people were unhappy with how Choi handled her financial assets. I don't think she was sharing the wealth.
Uh-oh.
Or at least that's what my assumption is. So, Choi was a model and influencer who shared her glamorous life of photo shoots and fashion shows to her more than 100,000 followers on Instagram. She had just attended a Dior show at Paris Fashion Week. Her last post was a week ago featuring a photo shoot that she had done with a fashion publication. Choi had been missing for several days when police discovered her dismembered body and documents on Friday. Jeez. A young woman's skull believed to be Choi's was found in one of the cooking pots authorities seized, along with human ribs, hair, and tissue. Forensics pathologists found a small number of human bones in a second pot. And apparently the sheriff in charge of this said there was a hole on the right side of the rear of her skull. So the pathologist believes that should be the fatal attack on the victim.
Yeah. This is, I mean, can you, if you had any sort of, I guess that I can't understand it as a good sign. Isn't it?
Yeah, right? Yes.
There's no way to wrap your mind around that.
Choi was believed to have been attacked in a car and was unconscious when she arrived at the house. Police were still trying to find out the exact time of death and locate her hands and torso as well. Police also arrested another woman believed to have been in an affair with the ex-husband's father for allegedly assisting the other suspects. The women had rented the house together with their father as well as another place to hide the ex-husband. Messed up, man. Wow.
Jeez.
All right, let's go a little bit lighter. A Lancaster County man is facing potential charges after police say he fired a projectile into the nursery of a neighbor's home while a baby slept in the room during his attempt to shoot a squirrel.
Okay.
The incident
You little bastard.
occurred last Friday. The investigation began when a homeowner contacted authorities after a neighbor told her they had heard the noise that sounded like a gunshot. The woman went into the nursery of her home to check on her child and noticed debris on the floor and a hole in the room's drywall.
The squirrel's holding up the baby in front of it like, ugh.
As she removed her sleeping child from a crib in the room, the homeowner discovered new damage to the crib caused by a projectile that had been fired into the room. The child was not injured.
God.
Investigators processed the scene and interviewed the neighbors in the area, and a neighbor who lived nearby allegedly admitted the shooting at a squirrel during the same time frame of the reported incident later in the day.
Officer, I know exactly who did it.
Well, police said a dead squirrel was found under a wood pile near the home that had been struck by gunfire.
I mean, you would just start randomly shooting in all directions.
The investigation into the incident continues, but charges against the shooter are pending. Investigators will release the identity of the shooter once charges are filed. Here's a follow-up story to one we've had on the Bizarre File before. A woman who fell in love with a homemade rag doll has been left devastated after she claims their son was kidnapped.
No.
Yes. Marivone Roca Moraes fell head over heels for a toy rag doll called Marcelo, which was crafted and given to her by her mother after she complained about being single and having no one to dance with.
I know you have Marcelo. I have a specific set of skills that make me a nightmare for doll thieves like you.
She just, apparently, just 8 months after meeting for the first time, the couple tied the knot in a beautiful wedding ceremony in front of 250 people in 2021.
That's so insane.
The 37-year-old woman from Brazil is now claiming their baby, Marcelino, has been kidnapped and is being held hostage by captors who are demanding $200 for his release.
$200?
Marivone, who is also mother to Diego and Carol.
Are they real?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wouldn't you hate to be the least popular child when one of the other kids is a doll?
She was sent a video of the doll baby sitting in a corner of an abandoned building earlier in the week. Now, it's like, these aren't even like realistic dolls.
No.
These are just,
They're bad.
They're like knockoff Raggedy Anns.
Yeah.
So the concerned mom of three said, "It's all too much. I'm terrified. There's part of me worried that they will set him on fire. I can't sleep." Marcelo was up all night calling out his son's name.
The doll or the real?
Yeah, the doll.
Oh, okay.
Diego and Carol are sad because they can't understand where their brother is. Marivone, who is the sole earner in the household.
The doll?
The other one's a doll. No, the woman is the sole earner in the household. The doll doesn't work. He's a drag on her.
He has a condition. He's a doll.
So she's quit her job in a desperate bid to find their son.
Get a job.
Mm-hmm.
A deadbeat.
All right, and then one last story, and we'll wrap it up here. In New York, a crane had to fish an SUV and a camper from a sewer lagoon. That's what was going on Thursday. Officials say removing them was a delicate task and divers had to be sent in. The fire chief, Wade Ingalls, said this instance they had to pick it straight up because it was a treatment plant and they've got inline filters. And during Wednesday night's storm, the SUV, along with its attached camper with two occupants, plunged through the ice and into the sewage.
So was it in raw sewage?
Yeah.
Wow.
So nobody seems to know why or how they ended up out there. They went through two gates, Ingalls said. Rescuers soon realized that there was a language barrier since the vehicle's occupants, an older couple, exclusively spoke French. Rescuers soon, the fire department lacked the tools for a water rescue, so they had to call in engines from another company. And they said, we had them respond. In the meantime, we were using ladders and ropes to try and throw them out to them, trying to get the occupants out of the vehicle and out of the water.
You folks are going to die.
Time was of the essence because it could have led to hypothermia, but the occupants were hoisted to safety in about 30 minutes.
That's pretty amazing.
They said they were fine. They were just cold. They needed a place to stay and didn't know where they went from there. Crews were able to clear the site after about an hour of work. But yeah, they went essentially into the poop. Yeah. All right.
Jesus Christ.
And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's do this thing.
93.3 WMMR.
The Springsteen Grand Slam.
All right, we are looking for caller number 17, and it just so happens to be Scott, who we will welcome to the airways. Hey, Scott, good morning, buddy.
Rizip, Kizip, Rizip.
Oh, hey.
Well done.
Nice.
Very, very well done. That is difficult to pronounce. But I tell you what, Scott, we're going to ask for some other verbiage from you. I need the 4 Bruce songs that were played on Friday. Do you know them?
I do.
All right, what are they?
Born to Run, Streets of Philadelphia, Glory Days, and War.
We got a winner, folks. Right there.
Rizza, skizza, to bizza.
Risen Kizamab Rizza.
That is correct, and that means that we are going to give you tickets to show number 2 to see Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and it's on a Friday night in August, man, on the 18th. It will be at Citizens Bank Park. So congratulations to you, Scotty.
Thank you guys very much.
Nice job, bud. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. Don't forget those shows are Wednesday, August 16th, and Friday, August 18th. They go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Phillies.com/Springsteen.
Be curious to see how quickly that sells out.
Yeah,
I'm
both of those
guessing
shows.
Fast.
Bruce,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. So cool. All right, so we're going to take a quick break and come back in a moment. Don't forget we have another show announcement coming up later on this morning. Hang out with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
In MMR's early days, we used carrier pigeons for requests, but some people got mad at us. So now we have the text line at 39333. It's faster, better, and there's less poop. So text us anytime at 39333.
Hey, listen, I would like to welcome a new sponsor to the show. It's Smart Arches Dental Implant Centers. Now, listen, they were at Camp Out for Hunger, and they were a sponsor, and like many of our partners, they're all about giving back to our community. Smart Arches Dental.
DC was viable, but Houston seems extraordinarily difficult.
Wait, what did you say? How much for a mag light?
No. How much? I may have said that. How much? No. For behind the home plate seats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, do you carry full-size mag lights like the police use? It's for my butt.
You check that, or you buy it when you get to Houston? Like
You can buy that when you get to Houston.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's for breast cancer month.
Yeah. Wow.
No, I would do it for Camp Out for Hunger. I mean,
There you go.
That is the
Appreciate it.
obvious.
Fill abundance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that way the next time we're up at the award show in Washington.
Right. They remember, they play little clips.
I'm Kelly Ripa, and everyone was moved to tears when Casey put a mag light in his butt.
And said, F hunger in the butt.
Those inspiring words are now etched on marble.
That's the statement trying to be made.
Yeah.
F hunger in the butt.
Hunger in the mud. Camp Out.
Can't wait to see those signs this year.
Oh, my God. No.
No, you can't. It's offended.
Have your son or daughter.
Yeah.
Camp Out for Hunger. Let's circle back to the royal family for just a moment. Kate Middleton and Prince William discussed marriage while they were dating in order to take the pressure off of themselves and make sure they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. In royal correspondent Katie Nichols' new book, Kate, the Future Queen, she writes, there on the Paradise Island, William promised Kate that he was in the relationship for the long term. For the very first time, they talked seriously about marriage, and with the ocean before them and beneath the night sky, they made a pact to marry.
My dearest Kate, I love you.
What island were they on? Does it say?
It says the Paradise Island. I don't know if that means Paradise Island in the Bahamas or not.
Yeah, they went to like a Club Med thing.
Yeah.
And unlimited drinks, and you don't have to tip. I left my wallet at home. I can't get enough of Buster Poindexter.
They played a hot. Everywhere you go.
It's like Marley in Jamaica.
Hey.
Totally. Oh, my God. He's walking. He's got 2 drinks with the little umbrellas in his hand. Do a little sachet.
ID.
As the music's playing.
More jerk chicken, please.
The pair did split.
They call it oatmeal, but it tastes like tapioca.
The pair did split temporarily after they made that pact, but all's well that ends well. Of course, they got married in 2011. They have 3 kids, and it's a wonderful, beautiful relationship.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Speaking of beautiful relationships, Amy Schumer and Chris Fisher shocked many when they got married in a secret beach ceremony 2 years ago. But ever since, the pair have turned into couples goals for many. She posted a tribute to him, acknowledging what has changed and what hasn't since welcoming a baby together. She wrote, but before we had our little babe, it was just us. I love Chris so much. I hope whoever you are with is so kind to you and also drives you. Oh, I hope whoever you are with. Is there some of the shut up? Just improv that you have been known to, become to known as? I haven't heard that in a while.
It's been a while.
No, I hope whoever you are with.
Yes, is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
From Touchstone Pictures, The King's Speech 2.
Is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
Oh my God. Oh. I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa.
Fwap, fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa wappa.
By the way,
that's the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
So the Kardashians won big as well last night. And they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they They actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine
It doesn't.
ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian was dedicated to us!
Like, I can just see them sitting around. Like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a Field Choice Award. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. So the only reason that I might consider something like that is after grooming in my intimate areas, is that the stubble sucks.
Prespo, I'm waiting. One second, honey.
You get a little itchiness for a day or two.
So what do you use?
When it freshly grows
use
back
an
in.
electric shaver?
Yeah.
That's what I use for
electric
safety,
razor.
yeah. And I like to be shorn tightly for that porn look.
You know.
I just don't find it hygienic. I don't want to have a knotted. I don't want to look like the Legend of Boggy Creek down there.
I only do it like every couple months. Just like, oh yeah, it's getting a little long. So
I mean, I do 100 brushes every night.
Oh, gross.
One second, I'm like Marsha Brady with her hair pressed.
and the stubble's a bitch, but
in the mirror.
That's the only thing I might consider.
So
why I would consider something.
Press, you get your dogs groomed?
Yeah, we do.
All right, so do you have boy dogs?
Do you let them do your crotch?
Well, because I have 2 male dogs, and they have to like shave their peens and their heinies. Yeah. Which I've like.
Did you ask if I avoid the dogs?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I was gonna say.
You get thrown off by the peens and heinies.
Do you have a boy or a girl?
We
or
did
both?
the nails, the teeth, and the peens and heinies.
That's the name of the place, Peens and Heinies.
Peens and Heinies.
If you guys been this on 202, it's called Peens and Heinies.
Come on in.
By the way, I heard Casey on the phone with his groomer the other day, and he was like, so I've been told when I bring my dog back that he's not too calm and that we need some extra help.
I had to get
a big dog.
I had to go and get sedatives for him. I had to go to the vet.
Poor thing.
Dude. And what's crazy about this, and Steve, you can probably attest to this, is that dog is the dog that I want to introduce to strangers because he's so loving and nice and all that stuff. And the other one,
check out that peen.
But the other dog, who will like literally tear a stranger to shreds, is fine at the groomer, right? Like it's like they change personalities when they get. And my cats were the same way at the vet.
I use the service that comes to the house.
Yeah, I should probably have that.
The same lady?
It's Avery.
Yeah, I used her. She was good.
Avery's is great, and they show up, and so the whole deal is they get used to going out of the house, step up into the van, which is parked right by your house, right there, and they get it done because otherwise I don't want to have them have a full-blown seizure. And man, the peen and heiny is great. My dog is peenless, so it's just heiny.
Yeah.
My female.
Yeah, but so somebody was also telling me that a way to sort of combat that, because it's the hair dryer, is to, like, when he's eating, run a hair dryer next to him while he's eating so he doesn't. I know. He's going to never eat again.
Is this the big dog?
This is the big dog.
Yeah. What's the big dog's name?
Reggie.
Reggie.
That's it,
yeah.
Yeah.
The dog's huge. Dog is huge and thinks it's a lap dog.
That's the black and white one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually not that big. I mean, he's only 74 pounds. Like, he looks bigger because of his fur.
Preston, you have Yorkies. That's a huge difference.
They're the doodle variety, so they get really hairy. So you have to groom them.
Doodle peen.
Yeah.
Doodle peen. That was a kid show, wasn't it? Doodle peen?
Hi, I'm Doodle Peen. On today's adventure, we teach you how to shave your ass. Shave it real good. Doodle Peen. Showing you how to groom your genitals.
Doodle peen, I have an issue right behind my testicles.
Well, it's easy. Use fly strips.
And now another adventure with Doodle Peen.
WMMR.
So with the temps overnight, being in the 20s and so on up in the Poconos. They got to be making up a bunch of snow, getting ready for
I have to
Cardboard
imagine.
Classic.
They've been so excited and so cool to work with, apparently. And
they got some this weekend. They got some snow up in
nice.
Yeah.
So, yes, we're stoked about it. It's on Friday. We're headed down Thursday night.
Yes.
Headed down. We're headed up.
Yeah.
Thursday night. And then we'll get up in the morning. We'll do our live show. And then the festivities start. And my neighbor is going to go, and he's like, what time do you guys get started with that? And I think we tried to get as close to between like 10 and 10:30 to start the whole thing because we have found in the past that the longer you wait, if it is a little bit on the warmer side, the slushier it gets. So we need to like wrap up the show by 10 and get set and start sending them down as soon as we can, as close to that as possible.
We're covered every way because with the building of our favorite fail, the slushy snow will lead to that.
Yes.
So we win no matter what.
Yeah. So we're looking forward to it. And we always prefer ideal conditions,
Yes.
but it's Mother Nature. And it doesn't always happen. And the show always goes on.
She's a fickle wench.
She can be a fickle wench, but we'll see how if she cooperates or not. This coming Friday, but all the information available at WMMR.com. And you can also text word cardboard to 39333, and we'll send you a link to
Just
it.
having that vibe back. Such a fun time. It has always been a fun time. And again, the fact that we have this extra new polish to it with all these extra things that are going on up there is just awesome.
I think I've only seen like 3 advanced teases of photos of some sleds. And it's always a surprise to us. We don't know what the hell's coming. We get there and we see just like you. We see what it's going to be. So
blown away.
There's a couple that I'm loving already. So we're getting ready for them. We'll find it all out on Friday. And will we be streaming it? In fact, Marissa, let's test your new microphone here. See if it's working. The light did not come on when I turned this on. Does your microphone work?
Hey, Preston.
Yay!
Just barely.
Oh, I can't even hear myself.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
Oh, great.
I don't think it's anything we're doing over here, Casey. Say something again, Marissa.
How about now?
No.
Anything better?
So we'll tell Rodney that he wanted us to test the microphone.
Can hear a little bit.
Yeah. But anyway, will we be streaming that?
I don't think we have the capability to stream outside, but we'll have video afterwards. Kyle has been working on all
right.
that capability.
I wasn't sure if we'd be doing it live or not.
Listen, this will be the shakedown cruise, as they say. But once this is going to be our home, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you know
long
what?
tradition.
Follow our socials, and maybe we'll individually or
we'll collab
collectively do some lives and stuff like
yes.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, how's your butt?
It's pretty good.
All right, good.
Thank you for asking.
No problem. Nick, for those who don't know, had his first ever colonoscopy on Friday.
I'm glad you asked because I did want to send a couple of shout-outs to people who were very helpful on Friday. And it turns out a lot of people in the colonoscopy office are listening to the Preston and Steve show. So to Jennifer Rhodes, who administered the IV, thank you so much. Jennifer's fantastic. And then Robert Stewart, who was my lead anesthesiologist. Those guys were listening, and Robert Stewart's wife is a huge fan of the show. So that's for her as well. And then Dr. Morgenstern performed the actual colonoscopy.
Excellent.
So I posted some stuff on Instagram last week, and just an overwhelming positive response. People who've dealt with colon cancer, who have family members who've dealt with colon cancer over the years. And it's just nice to hear from people that preventative care in this country works. And so all you have to do is go in and do this exam. And you guys all told me ahead of time, it's not that bad. You were all right. The procedure itself was so easy. You just completely pass out. And then it's done. Then it's over with.
Yeah, and just to make you feel comfortable, they'll play some music for you. So what did you think of that sensation with when the propofol first hit?
Well, so I'd done that before when I got the vasectomy.
Okay,
right?
so you're
and
familiar.
So I knew that, but here was the twist this time around, because they give you 2 rounds of anesthesia, and you can, there's like, when the propofol comes into your bloodstream, you feel it. Like there's a burning sensation, right? And so I knew that was coming. So I was focusing on this computer screen in front of me, and I tried to stay awake for as long as I could.
Right.
And I did the countdown, and I go,
You can fight it all you want.
exactly. 10, 9, 8, boom, underneath, and then the guy's waking you up, and it's over, and and then like afterwards, you're fine. You're a little woozy.
You could have walked home.
You could have walked home. I could have walked home. Yeah, that's what I get to do. I could have done that, and and then had a bunch of pizza on Friday night and some ice cream. Treated myself nice.
By the way, that's Nick jumping up on the table and grabbing his ankles.
That's what I get to do. So yeah, it's really like the prep is annoying, but it's not awful. It's not bad. You know,
It's just a,
it's a day where you're peeing out your butthole.
It's an inconvenience.
Yes.
For the most part. But yeah, you're good to go if you get that done. Actually, Rochelle's getting one on Wednesday.
No kidding.
Yeah, so she's getting
That's what I get to do. Yeah. And 0 polyps, no signs of anything in there that you need to go back for. So
you're on the 10-year.
I am, yeah. Although I have a history of colon cancer in my family, Steve, so I probably have to, it might be 5 years, but whatever. But yeah, super easy. And a clean butthole.
Nice. Good for you. Nothing like a clean butthole.
It's a happy butthole.
Hey, I wanted to double back to Cardboard Classic real quick because I got this email, and it is a shard out. And this says, hey, Presbo, I just wanted to ask 2 things. Number 1, did you and the crew get my wedding invitation? I sent it last month, but I'd love it if you took a look at it. My fiance, Joe, and I are the ones who choked at last year's Eggs with Peg. Pegging eggs with Peg, or what we call it? Pegging?
Pegging with eggs.
Pegging with eggs.
That's it, yes.
Yes, I did get it. In fact, I have it right here.
Oh.
I have it right here in front of me. So
Read
she
it
sent
to
it
us.
out. It says...
Okay.
Hang on, I'll open it up. That's a picture of the 2 of them.
Wow, yeah.
On the front. You remember them?
Yeah, well, yeah, Nick. In fact, I was talking about these guys because they were featured in a CBS 3 news commercial.
You told me about
for
that.
Jim Donovan.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I guess maybe they're big fans of CBS.
That's so
local
funny.
news.
Okay.
You're like, I just love Jim Donovan. He's the best.
But Brittany had sent a full letter in here. I'm not going to read the whole thing right now, but we can't make it to your wedding, but thank you for the invitation. We do appreciate that. But she said, I'd like to give a nice, juicy shout out to my fiance, Joe, in honor of his bachelor party being held at this weekend in the Poconos, a Cardboard Classic.
Hey!
And I just had my bachelorette party this past weekend in Orlando.
Oh, nice.
And had the best time ever going to amusement parks. This was a dream that I always had with my closest friends, but cannot wait to come back with my almost husband to experience the newest coaster. So I guess they're coaster fanatics. And she said, thank you all. Love you guys. Brittany Becker, a.k.a. almost Mrs. Stampone. So here's a shout out. And she also says, P.S. Yoo-hoo. So that's cool. Thank you, guys. And we will see you.
That's awesome.
At the Cardboard Classic.
Excellent.
This weekend. Looking forward to it. All right. You know what? I did notice a couple things. And, it is my job as the resident noticer.
The noticer's back from a weekend of noticing.
Pass these things along to
He's
you.
going to pass these things along to us.
Yes, that's what I do.
That's what he do.
And we'll start with this. People who use marijuana are a third more likely to have heart disease. A Stanford University study of over 175,000 people found.
But 2/3 is likely to not really care.
Right. The more someone uses cannabis, the higher the risk. Daily users were 34% more likely to be diagnosed with coronary artery disease than a non-user.
Are these smokers or
I think it might just be from cannabis in general. Now, obviously, if you're smoking it or vaping it, there might be a little
Licking it.
A little bit more, or massaging it,
stroking it.
Marijuana use can cause, this is according to the study, marijuana use can cause a faster heartbeat and a rise in blood pressure, which may be contributing factors.
That seems contrary to what you would. It would mellow you out.
Well, and you remember, like Kevin Smith was having a heart attack, and he credits the fact that he had smoked some pot to actually help saving him. But I don't know. Listen, man, you know what? All the time you will see people who live to 105 years old.
That's right.
What's the secret to long life?
Hot.
Yeah. Or, drinking whiskey and smoking. They always say these things.
I never pleasured myself.
And you never pleasured yourself?
That's what made me live. But I hated every second of it.
Yeah.
180 years.
So, the whole quest for health and so on, there are basic things that you can do or not do.
Some people, the bodies will just respond. And then some are outliers. The guy who smokes 10 packs a day and lives to 111.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right. If you want to try that as your health regimen, go ahead.
But are they saying that there is a connection here, or are they saying that it's just, hey, and by the way,
well, yeah, there was a study.
No, I know.
They studied
But
things.
are they saying that the pot use causes this, or if this is just a coincidence.
It says people who use marijuana are a third more likely to have heart disease. That sounds pretty concrete, so it's. I think that's what it's saying.
Here's what the doctor said.
Where it all gone away?
But like, what causes heart disease?
I know your heart's part of it.
There's a ton of things that cause heart
Yeah, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, there might be a lot of different things.
So, Case, when they do talk about the negative effects of pot, they're usually talking about the actual smoking of it, the way, with the cigarettes as well.
No, but it's like you can't really say that anymore because there's so many other ways.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So whether you're doing edibles or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know that there was a study that came out that said pot use, and this is something I always heard, edibles or everything else will have an impact on neurosis and paranoia and things like that.
All right, so we're looking here leading risk factors, right? So you have high blood pressure, low density, so your LDL cholesterol, diabetes, smoking, secondhand smoke exposure, obesity, unhealthy diet, and physical inactivity. Now, characteristically speaking, people who are chronic marijuana smokers,
might be less active.
Maybe they're
That's
less
what
active.
I was thinking.
Maybe their diet's not as great. And, so
that's great. If you like Funyuns.
Not necessarily that the pot's doing it, but the pot sort of indicates what type of person you are.
Right. Interesting. Contributes to these other factors that might lead to heart disease. That's Professor Casey here.
There you go.
Look at this. Doctor,
Someone
I'm
who's
sorry,
smoking a lot of
doctor.
pot, we tend to think might be more lethargic, correct?
Right. I mean, because I feel like the statistically speaking, less pot smokers are like Joe Rogan, right? Where you're out and, but I
Always
don't know.
exercising,
Always exercising and eating right, and I don't know. I just sort of tend to think that your chronic pot smokers are,
More chill. Have a Twitch channel.
Let's watch TV and eat Funyuns, and
There was a young person not that long ago who was telling me about smoking pot, and I indicated to this person, I said, listen, just advice from someone who's spent a lot of time with this. I'm like, if there are things that you need to get done, do them first.
Right.
Before you go smoking any weed, because it is the great demotivator. I have personally found.
Oh, yeah. I know some people who get highly motivated when they smoke pot.
I know.
Yeah.
For me, it's been the opposite. You know what it will motivate me to do? Some things, though, will kind of get me in the zone.
Eat.
No, not eat. Well, yeah. But if I want to, say, practice drums, like sit down and do rudiments and exercises and things like that for an hour nonstop, when I'm in that zone, it helps me focus in that.
It can help.
Believe it or not.
No, certainly. I mean, it can help with ADHD. It can help you focus. It can help you zero in on a certain task that you're trying to do. And it really is. It's dependent on the person.
Yeah. But it also can make you go, you know what, I'm not going to do that right now.
That too.
Yeah. Small Wonders on.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love this episode.
She can lift a
couch and vacuum under it.
Mm-hmm. But according to the doctor in the study, said there are probably certain harms of cannabis use that were recognized before, and people should take that into account. So this is according to a new study.
Did you notice there was sort of a tangential article that appeared about how they're trying to reconcile pulling over someone who is under the influence, they believe, of pot and is driving recklessly?
No.
So this is something that they're trying to hash out. And the article, it's in the Inquirer, basically says they don't know where to begin. They don't know where, you can. So what are you going to say? The police officer was very observant and smelled, pot.
Yeah, technically it's driving under the influence, but there's clearly a difference between
blood test,
alcohol,
right? Yeah,
and how that affects you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to hash out. No pun intended. And so it's kind of wild.
Good question. Don't really know. Okay. Anyhow, that's one of the things I noticed. Let's see what else.
Notice pot stuff.
Yeah. Since its debut in 1971, an anti-pollution ad showing a man in Native American attire shed a single tear.
Yes,
at
classic.
the sight of smokestacks and litter, taking over a once unblemished landscape has become an indelible piece of TV and pop culture. The so-called crying Indian with his buckskin and long braids made the late actor Iron Eyes Cody a recognizable face in households nationwide. But to many Native Americans, the public service announcement has actually been a painful reminder of stereotypes that they face. Well, the nonprofit that originally commissioned the advertisement, which was called Keep America Beautiful, had long been considering how to retire the ad, and they announced this week that it's doing so by transferring ownership of the ad to the rights to the National Congress of American Indians.
There you go.
So that's a really,
they can watch it whenever they want.
It's a great way to go about that and just kind of put it in their hands and say, whatever you'd like to do with this, you can do it.
Now it's your problem.
NCAI plans to end the use of the ad and watch for any unauthorized use.
Do you remember in Kingpin when he's walking along?
I don't know Kingpin front to back. So
a truck full of Indians passed by, and you remember this scene, don't you? Randy Quaid, yeah. And they throw garbage, and he's the one crying. Yeah.
Okay. So they parodied it.
They parodied
and they
that
mentioned in this article that it's been parodied in
countless times.
Tons of stuff.
Yeah.
When it premiered in the 1970s, the ad was a sensation, and it led to...
I thought it was powerful.
Iron Eyes Cody filming 3 follow-up PSAs. He spent more than 25 years making public appearances and visits to schools on behalf of the anti-litter campaign.
He did a commercial for Manischewitz.
From there, Cody, who was Italian-American, but did claim he had Cherokee heritage through his father, was typecast as a stock Native American character, appearing in over 80 films.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Most of the time, his character was simply just titled or credited as Indian or Indian Chief or Indian Joe.
He had a very, he had a classic Native American look to him.
His movie credits include Sitting Bull, The Great Sioux Massacre, Nevada Smith, A Man Called Horse, and Ernest Goes to Camp.
Ernest Goes to Camp.
Yes.
For which he won an Oscar.
On television, he appeared in Bonanza, Gunsmoke, and Rawhide, among many others. They have passed that ownership of that ad.
That's pretty wild.
Onto the National Congress of American Indians.
Do you remember some of the, if you talk about classic commercials, that was a classic one. The other one that I thought gained a tremendous amount of traction was the This Is Your Brain. This is your brain on drugs, with the Rachel Lee Cook.
Oh, yeah.
That was huge.
Of that era, of the Keep America Beautiful ad with the crying Native American, I remember around that time, too, a big PSA campaign was Smokey Bear.
Yeah, love Smokey Bear.
You can prevent forest fires, and that was of that.
And if you don't, I'll rip you apart.
Because
you're your family.
You're a bear.
I'm a bear.
Yeah.
I may be cute and I may be wearing human clothes, but I will kill you.
Yeah.
I'll kill you where you stand.
And they recently, remember in the Thanksgiving Day, the Macy's parade.
Yes.
They had what they called Buff Smokey Bear.
Oh, yeah.
Because they gave him pecs.
Yeah.
And some women were actually turned on
by the bear.
By the balloon. So
These ladies, one at a time.
Yeah.
You know what I like about a daisy chain?
Oh, my God, it's beautiful.
When they flip over.
When they flip over.
Yeah.
The most beautiful thing in the world.
Man.
That's a Gary Lauer reference for those who may not know.
I thought that campaign was very powerful. Jesus.
God.
It's him putting out a forest fire with his phlegm.
I hate that clip. More than any of the clips we have, that's the one that gets me. I hate it. I can't stand that sound.
That's disgusting.
It's so foul.
It's him making his breakfast.
Yeah.
Ernest Goes to Camp was the first in the Ernest movies.
It was?
It is the Citizen Kane of
I just
Ernest.
looked it up. Yeah, it's the original. It's the
one where he
ghost.
says Rosebud next.
And my nephew, both of my nephews, Matthew and Tommy and Luke, really got into Ernest recently.
Really?
So, we went down to visit, and there was there's a dozen of them, and they're just they're all the same movie. I swear to God, I was like, what, really, Ernest? And then we started watching them. Holy crap, they're funny. They're not good movies at all, but I laughed out loud.
Speaking of Ernest, that character came from TV commercials.
Oh, did it really?
I believe it was a natural gas.
You're exactly right.
Commercial campaign.
A character he created, Jim Varney.
Yeah.
And that became Nick, I think there are like 6 or 7 of them, right?
Yeah, Ernest Goes to Splash Mountain, Ernest Goes to Jail, Ernest Scared Stupid. I think Letterman was a fan, and maybe that's why I liked it. Ernest Goes to School, Ernest Rides Again. And then I forgot, Jim Varney was the voice of Slinky Dog in the Toy Story movies.
And then there was Ernest's List, which was very powerful.
Yeah, that was the concentration camp.
Ernest's list.
Less funny, but that was the impactful one.
Could you imagine if they tried to pull that off? I ain't going in there. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Heil Hitler, know what I mean? Oh, my God.
All right, put his name on the list. Put it on the list.
So we're looking at one of the early ads from I think it was a natural gas, Louisiana Gas Service Company.
And it took off.
Was where he started, and they were just TV commercials, and they were really funny. I remember them because he started doing other local gas companies. And I remember when I lived in the Midwest, these ads would run, and they were really humorous. And then he went on to make Ernest joins the army. And Ernest goes to camp.
You remember he played Jed Clampett in the Beverly Hillbillies movie?
I do remember that, yeah. And he died
in 2000.
Oh, man.
Well, he won an Emmy.
He was killed by the Indian in the environment ad, Preston.
Wow.
What do you win an Emmy for?
Hey, Vern, it's Ernest in 1988.
Really?
Outstanding performer in a children's series. Yeah.
Oh, so it was a kid's show.
Yeah, that was I think after the first movie that came out.
Okay.
Ernest.
Hey, it's Ernest.
Jesus, almost goddamn. It's like the Medea movies.
Yeah.
9 of those.
All right, so I don't even know how we got on that conversation.
Kathy brought it up.
No, she didn't.
Because the Native American was in one of the Ernest movies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, no, he wasn't, but
Ernest cleans up pollution.
No, you said he was in Ernest Goes to.
You're right,
the
he
first one.
was.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
And then I
can't
looked
even
that up.
remember. All right,
What was his name again? Chief.
His name was Iron Eagle.
Not
Iron Eagle.
He was the pilot.
This guy's a junior.
Good movie.
Iron Eyes Cody.
Yeah.
Iron Eagle. Cody.
Powerful movie. And I'm glad they've turned it over to the organization.
Native Americans?
Yes.
No.
No.
The National Congress of American Indians. No, he was not Iron
Would
Eagle.
the commercial have been as powerful if it was Ernest walking along the street, Preston?
Iron Cody just standing there crying. All right, so here's another thing that I noticed, and it does involve television and television shows. So the White Lotus has boosted sales of a particular alcohol.
Yes.
And I will not pronounce this correct. Is it Aperol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
It's my fiance's drink of choice these days, an Aperol Spritz.
So
was it inspired by White Lotus?
No, she's been drinking it for a little while, but then, and coincidentally, it showed up on the TV show.
So it has been boosted by a whopping 50% after showing several of the key characters sipping on the Italian cocktail, Aperol Spritz, throughout the second season. Throughout the comedy drama, the characters are constantly sipping on the bright orange cocktails. Sales of Aperol Spirits, which is part Italian bitter aperitif Aperol, part Prosecco, and part club soda, is completed with an orange slice and a garnish.
Is anyone, you've had one, I assume, Nick, right?
I have, yeah. I think Marissa has been enjoying these for a while, too. It was her drink of choice for a stretch, yeah.
I cannot, no. Well, for me, the Aperol, I hate the taste of it. I think it's disgusting.
Well, I was looking at a review. Apparently, this is not new.
No, it's not new.
It's been around for a while, but in 2019, the New York Times said that Aperol Spritz was not a good drink. And New York Times writer Rebecca Pepler slammed a drink and even compared it to a Capri Sun after soccer practice on a hot day before adding not in a good way.
Yeah, I'm with her.
I think a bunch of years ago, you guys had asked me, like, what was the trendy drink at the moment? And I had said Aperol Spritz. My favorite one comes from a place in South Philly called Polizzi Social Club, and they put basil in it. So you, like, get the waft of the basil before you're sipping. Yeah, but it's definitely one of those drinks where when somebody orders it at a bar or restaurant, it reminds me of, like, brunch. As soon as one comes out, everybody in the restaurant is like, ooh, I want one of those.
Oh, really?
It's big and bright and orange, and refreshing.
It looks appealing.
What's that place? Hopsing, what is it?
Hopsing Laundromat.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that still the big cocktail place in the city?
Yeah. There's a lot of there's a couple more places that are coming up, and a cool one just opened up called Andra Herm on 16th and Chancellor. But I was at Hopsing a few weeks ago. Lee says hi and he invites you in, Preston.
I know, I gotta go.
He
I gotta
wants
go.
to come in. But yeah,
gotta
that
put on
is
my best clothes and go over there.
Yeah, that's
They have
the
a dress
class-
code.
They do. Well, you can wear sneakers now.
Oh, okay.
It's allowed.
But you cannot use your phone.
Exactly.
Right?
No phones.
No pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a single luxury.
So, according to Campari, the maker of Aperol, the aperitif has become highly sought after in the U.S. because of its appearance in the White Lotus. In a call with investors, Bob Konzowitz, the CEO of Campari Group, said, if you look at White Lotus, which is a key Netflix TV series, actually, I think it's HBO.
Yeah, come on, man. Get your facts straight.
You'll see so many orange glasses. The Aperol Perfect serve throughout the single show. It says perfect.
Makes no sense.
Anyway, and that clearly is having an impact, they said. So it's
funny how these things catch on.
Driving sales of it. Yeah, I mean, listen, when Sex and the City hit, Cosmos went through the roof. I mean, that drink's been around forever, and all of a sudden it became very, very popular because...
What should we bring back? What should we see if we could influence?
TV show.
Sunny Delight.
Sunny D.
What about Tang, man?
How about
I
the
always
purple stuff?
My neighbors always had Tang in the fridge. And we never did. I love Tang.
Tang is what the astronauts drank.
Right. I always thought Tang was just kind of okay.
Yeah.
It's powdered orange juice.
But you liked it?
I did. But probably because it wasn't on
Good?
the reg in my house. No. I thought it was really good. We were an iced tea family. We always had iced tea in the pitcher in the fridge.
So would you mix it yourselves?
What, the Tang?
Yeah, the iced tea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, how about Bosco? Let's bring that
Bosco.
back.
Love Bosco. Chocolate milk.
By the way, does Tang still exist in any way, shape, or form? Can you
I'm
still
not sure.
get that if you sought after it? Because some brands, some of these
Right.
discontinued brands, you can still get a hold of them. Well,
I
it
had
looks-
Tang every morning as a kid.
Well, here you go. It looks like they certainly, you can get it at Acme for crying out loud.
Orange
For
juice like
Christ's sake.
Yeah. Orange juice like.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'll try that.
Yeah, Case, go get some Tang.
We were talking about something, the Jolly Joes. Jolly Joes were the all grape Mike and Ike's.
Yes.
They don't exist anymore.
Wait, what are Jolly Joes?
So you know what Mike and Ike's are?
Yeah.
It's just all purple.
What?
And they were called Jolly Joes. And we
Never heard of that.
Talked about them a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And I had a friend reach out to me because that was his go-to. He loved that when
Jolly
he was growing up.
Joes?
And you
All
can't find-
purple.
you can't find them anymore.
Huh.
They just don't exist.
Yeah, they were Mike and Ike, and then Casey, I guess underneath it, it was like the subtitle was Jolly Joe's.
Well, I think they were Jolly Joes, and then after a little while, Mike and Ike's like, hey, we're gonna get top billing here.
Yeah. Knock it off.
Well, it's because also you had lemon heads, and then you had cherry clans, right?
Yes.
And Alexander the grapes. Now, Cherry Clan is just cherry heads, and Alexander the grapes are grape heads.
Hold on. The cherry ones were called what?
Cherry Clan.
Clan?
Yeah, it was like Asian. It was an Asian theme.
Not an homage to the
Not the Ku Klux.
With that, how do you spell clan?
with a K.
CLAN.
Oh, wow, these are racist.
Yeah.
Cherry clan. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Very, very stereotype looking Asian faces.
Oh yeah, no,
on the cover.
that's
of
not
that.
going to fly. That's an old that box.
Yeah, that's
But they're called cherry head?
Now they're called cherry heads.
I would
Okay.
probably like that.
Yeah.
I like cherry flavored candies, hard candies.
Now they're called racially insensitive.
Right. Yeah. That's the
Steve,
name of them.
Going back to Tang, do you know? I just looked this up. Do you know which astronaut popularized Tang?
God, I remember the commercials, and I'm drawing a blank. I'm going to assume. It come after John Glenn.
It was early. No, you're right. It was John
Alan
Glenn.
Shep- John Glenn?
It was John
Okay,
Glenn.
there we
Yeah.
go.
On the Mercury flight on the Gemini
There we go.
missions. Yeah.
No kidding.
I never drink that. It tastes like piss.
Only space because I have to, right? It tastes like pissing. He was. That's him calling down from the.
Yeah.
He's not going to drink that. It tastes like piss.
Beep.
That's a go. You can bypass the piss. Now, don't we in our own spacesuits drink our own piss anyway? Wasn't that the old rumor that the water was recycled?
Oh, I don't know.
When they urinated, it would filtrate back to themselves, and they could drink their own
I don't remember hearing
filtered
that.
urine, and then the
interesting.
poop would come back as Jello pudding pops. I thought that at some point, at least they had experimented with taking the spacesuits and allowing them to filtrate urine and re-deliver them back as drinkable water. But that could just be hooey.
They do that with the still suits in Dune.
Yes,
I do know that.
full of tang.
Yeah.
That's the spice. It's tang.
But anyhow, the Aperol Spritz kind of does look a little bit like Tang. It's orange. So, well,
Were you fans? I don't know why we're off on this topic. Were you fans of Orangina? I like Orangina.
Yeah, I never sought it out.
Yeah.
But I would, like, from time to time go, yeah, I'm sure I'll try that.
Down with an Orangina now and then.
I assume it's just like orange.
It's like a seltzer orange drink.
Is it tangerine in there too or something?
I think there's
Might
whatever's
be.
a Gina.
I think it's French.
What's the
Orangina.
ones now that they're in cans, and you can either get lemon or orange.
Fresca?
Hang on.
How about
Pellegrino? Pellegrino makes them? Yeah. San Pellegrino. Yeah. Those
And what are
those are really good. They have a really strong flavor, but they're pretty awesome.
You know, pull a gag on your family if you guys are orange juice drinkers. You pour out the orange juice and you fill that with the cheese from Macaroni and Cheese.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You do what?
You take like a jug of orange juice, whatever. What is it? Tropicana.
Oh, it's a joke. Okay.
You dump all the orange juice out, and then you put the cheese from mac and cheese and the
that's
powder,
disgusting.
and then you fill it with water and just stick it in the fridge. And
That's
it looks
great.
Looks like orange juice.
That's a great idea.
April Fool's Day is coming.
We should do that.
I love that. Hang on. Tiffany has a comment on a cocktail that is in reference to some things we're talking about. Hi, Tiffany. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Wonderful. What's up, Tiff?
So you were talking about Tang. The Continental in Philadelphia used to have a drink on the menu called the Buzz Aldrin, and it was peach vodka Tang with Tang around the rim. Well, it was their staple drink. It's now called the Astronaut because Buzz Aldrin got wind of it.
Yeah.
And apparently he's a recovering alcoholic. So now the drink is called the Astronaut, but you can still get it at the Continental.
Which is too bad because the word buzz goes hand in hand with booze.
Right?
But I understand.
It's delicious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds interesting. So, what was in it again?
It's called the Astronaut at the Continental.
Yeah. What was in it again?
Oh, it's peach vodka and Tang. I used to make it at home. It's so good.
All right.
Peach vodka and Tang.
I'm intrigued.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
guys. Have a great day.
All right, you too. See ya. All right. Well, anyhow, the Aperol Spritz, it's all the rage right now. So if you haven't had it, give it a try. All right, let me see what else I noticed this
What
morning.
else you got, noticer?
Let's talk about traveling and luggage fees.
We love them, don't we?
There was recently, so my wife and I had to do a last-minute trip to Florida this weekend, so we were limited on our booking options, and there were a couple airlines we were looking at, and we were trying to save some money while doing it, and there was one particular airline that we never, ever fly, a more budget airline.
Yeah.
And the price seemed right, okay? So we were going to probably order through that, but we found that even to carry on luggage.
Yeah.
Okay.
You flew Frontier, huh?
Yeah. No,
Oh.
we didn't. We ended up not taking. Yes.
Oh, okay.
We ended up not taking, but I didn't know because we always fly either American or Southwest. It's just the airlines that we go to. I have rewards programs and blah blah blah.
All right.
But we were looking. But when you book last minute, obviously the ticket prices go way up.
Sure. Yeah.
So we were looking at these more budget airlines, and I didn't know to carry on, not to check. To carry on, there were charges.
All right, so
they were high.
My brother had to fly into town last week. We had a funeral, sadly, and this was the same type of deal, Preston. It was a last-minute flight, and Casey was on Frontier. He bought the ticket, and then on top of the airline ticket, they charged him for a seat.
A seat.
And yes.
Well, that's but all those budgets that's not new. That's how they do it.
So
They-
how is
that
this
makes no
reconciled?
sense. Yeah. It doesn't the ticket buy you a seat?
What do you?
No,
is there
no.
standing room? Is there standing room while you're in flight?
It's just a bait and switch. When you're on the website, it goes, "Oh, $38 ticket, great." All right, I'll do a $38 ticket. Now it's going to cost you another $78 to pick your seat. It's going to cost you $50 to get a carry-on.
The question is, if you buy that ticket and not a seat,
They
what
won't,
do you get?
They won't nothing. They won't let you get through to checkout.
How can you advertise?
You're
that?
selling something that's useless by itself.
Yeah.
You're selling something that means
you can't
nothing.
purchase it. You can't purchase it. It's just broken down. Their ticket prices
Oh.
are just broken down. Where American Airlines or places, airlines like that will give you the full price, and even they have add-ons at the end. So when you fly one of these discounted airlines, typically it's not I mean, it may be a little cheaper in the end after your ticket, or I mean, after your seat fee and your baggage fee. It might be a little bit cheaper, but like you really need to look at both because a lot of times it could be the same.
Yeah, and Casey, they charged for carry-on luggage, not check-in luggage.
Yeah.
$70 to carry on a bag, and he had to wear a suit.
Yes,
because we were going to a funeral.
Yeah, it was like an $80 charge to carry something on that you're going to keep in your lap.
It's usually 30. The carry-on is usually 35, and then
That's bogus.
Maybe he had 2 bags or something. Yeah, but that's insane.
Complimentary tang.
So we ended up going with American Airlines.
Okay.
Because, like I said, we have a rewards program.
Probably around the same price. Ultimately.
That's why.
Yeah.
And it would be a little bit more convenient, but it was tough because it was oversold, and Rochelle almost didn't make it.
Oh, no.
On the flight out, which while standing in line and waiting to find out if she was going to get on the plane or not, I did a quick search online as to why do airline companies do that in the first place? Why do they oversell? And it's exactly what you think. They're just playing the odds.
Yeah.
Because people cancel.
Yep.
And it's economics, and they have a better chance of selling out, and they'll just ask people, if they'll give up their seat.
It's ridiculous.
And they're rolling the dice.
Go home.
They're taking a stab, and I guess they don't mind having a handful of people being really pissed off and never using their service again. They'll take that
sucks.
over missing out on a chance to make money on selling the whole aircraft out. We ended up getting on. She ended up getting on the flight, but 2 people, no, I think 3 people had to gave up their seats. And
did they pull out a line, GSA, to feel her up again?
No, actually, she didn't this time around, which I was
that's
surprised.
awesome.
So things are getting better at the airport. But yeah, we were just always, I'm always, and the people that were with us that were also waiting to see if they got on a flight were like, how do they do this?
Yeah.
Why do they do this? You don't go to a restaurant and order something and then wait to find out later that, I'm sorry, we don't have enough.
You're buying the seat. You're not buying the table.
Yeah, wow.
That's ludicrous.
Hang on a second here. We have a travel agent on the line. Jolene. Good morning, Jolene.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you so much. All right, so you heard us talking. What did you want to chime in about?
Sure. So I'm a travel agent, and we sell Frontier quite frequently. The deal with them is if you get your low fare, you don't have to pay for a seat assignment. What happens is when you check in the day before, Frontier will automatically assign one for you. So if you're traveling with like a family and you want to make sure you sit together, the only way to guarantee it is to buy a seat assignment. But if not, Frontier will just assign you like random seats.
Okay. All right. So you don't have to pay that seat assignment fee if you don't want to.
Correct. Yeah.
And what does that usually run? What does the seat assignment fee usually run?
So it depends where you want to sit. Like if you want to sit in the front of the plane, you're probably going to pay $40 a seat. But if you're okay sitting in the back, then it's like $15.
All right.
Okay.
Interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much,
It's a cool
Jolene.
name, by the way.
Appreciate it. It's a great
Sure.
name.
You're welcome.
By the way, and I'm gonna go to this other call real quick. But the reason I brought this up in the first place is there was a woman. She was on TikTok. She placed a video or put a video up about her hack for shipping luggage. She was going to Disney World, and to save on airline baggage fees, she mailed her baggage.
And that was
a lot of people do that.
And it would end up being cheaper.
Wow. Really?
So she said that, yes. She said, and still, she was on Spirit Airlines. And instead of paying baggage fees, which that's the one we were looking at, which had the really, really high baggage fees, the airline charges, it says $79 for bags that weigh up to 50 pounds and $99 for bags that weigh up to 100 pounds. And so she wrote that it cost her $28 each way to ship her belongings with FedEx.
You know what, though? I don't know if I believe that because, I mean, there are things. I ship out a little 3x3 box. It's like almost $10 sometimes to ship that out. There's no way that you can pack a suitcase and ship it for $28.
Do you insure it?
Do I insure what?
I mean, when you're sending out a small, it's like jewelry or something?
Oh,
or?
no. No. I just send it. Well, now I send it through the post office.
All right.
But, like, isn't FedEx and UPS more expensive? than the post office? I would imagine so.
I would think so too, but according to her, this was less expensive. There was a service. I don't know if it's still around, and the name is funny. It's called Shipsticks.
Shipsticks.
And it was for sending your golf clubs.
Yes.
So you don't have to take them with you flying.
Okay.
Economical?
No. Like when I
Scumbags.
I read, I'm like, oh, this sounds like a great idea. You go, you drop it off. You get there.
That'll
you
be
show up, they're there.
$1,000.
And it ended up being as much or more than. The only thing you don't have to do is drag it through the airport.
And that alone, I guess, is a premium thing.
I guess for some people. You know,
like the same thing goes with like scuba gear when people travel. You know, a lot of people will ship their scuba gear.
Okay.
I think if you give it enough time too, like if you're going to be in, in a place where you're going to go scuba diving next month, Steve, like if you ship it now, knowing that it'll arrive and like. If you need it tomorrow, it's going to cost you a lot more.
Right.
But like
if you have a little bit of advance.
It's usually flat rate on USPS, no matter what the weight of it is. If you don't need it tomorrow,
you're right. When I travel with a steamer trunk full of Tang.
Sure.
And I have to ship that ahead of time.
Does that weigh a lot?
It does weigh.
By the way,
1,000 pounds.
this woman had said that she would send hers like several days in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And I guess right to the hotel, and the hotel would hold it for her.
Do you feel confident on all those steps of the chain, though, that it ends up at the airport, that they're gonna lock it away?
I want it with me.
Are they going to go through it? Is it like the White Lotus? Are they going to take a crap in your bag?
Right. No, I want it with me. Let me go to Mary, who worked for an airline at one point. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Yes, hi. Yeah, I used to work for airlines in the, let's say, the 80s and 90s. I left right around 2000, and we would always oversell. You had to oversell just to fill the seats for that amount of people that wouldn't show up. But now with internet, people are able to purchase these seats quickly, last minute. I don't think airlines realize, like, when they oversell, they're going to end up with extra passengers. I recently flew on American, and that's the airline I used to work for, and I was shocked because I haven't flown on them in a long time. I'm a Frontier Spirit person, and they didn't give me a seat. And I was thinking, wait a minute, we paid a lot for the ticket, never received a seat. Get to the airport, get to the ticket counter, don't give me a seat. I get a gate pass, go down to the gate, ask for a seat. They still don't give me a seat. We paid over $300 for a short flight.
Yeah.
And finally, at the end, they gave me a seat on the plane, and I guess they did have, it was completely full. But I'm thinking, there's no way they're not going to give you a seat on a plane that you paid high price for a ticket for.
And how do they let you all the way through without, your, they don't have standing room on a flight. But they've got to give you a seat.
Yeah, that was literally the way it was for us on Friday, Mary. It was like you get couldn't get a seat assignment online. Get to the airport, print up the boarding pass, doesn't have a seat assignment, go to the gate. We get to the gate and they say, we can't give you a seat. We have to wait. And we had paid for like a premium seat because I thought it would get us a guaranteed seat.
Wow.
And eventually we got on the plane, but we were, it was nail biting up until the last second.
An Amtrak is
right.
Yeah.
So my theory is that they are, when that situation happens, they are going to really, it's a genius idea. If you have a couple passengers and the plane's oversold, hold out to that last minute.
Yeah.
Because when I did check, I kept checking it, like before I got to the airport, like how come I'm not getting the seat? And even at the airport, I checked it. And then they put a thing up. If you'd like to give up your seat for a $100 voucher, I'm like, $100? Wait till they get to 3 or 4.
Yeah, sometimes people hold out. In fact, we've had stories where people had held out till it was like $6,000-$7,000 because they had no choice.
Right. And on Frontier Spirit, I never paid for a seat ever. I've been flying them for over 10 years, and I never pay for a seat. You always get.
All right, the keys to a brand new Lamborghini.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Well, anyhow, this gal, she ships her belongings with FedEx to avoid the carry-on bags.
You got to be really confident.
I was looking into this because I don't believe that $28 price. So UPS says it ranges from $128 to $650 depending on the speed and the distance of travel. Now FedEx, I'm still looking at it, but it looks like they might have like a program set up specifically for luggage. So it's not their traditional pricing. So it may be different pricing, and this says it starts at $28. So but it doesn't. I don't say.
I don't know what the weight is.
Yeah, it doesn't say the weight or anything like that.
And
so,
then also maybe there's a how you pay more for quicker delivery. Maybe there's a like a 5-day window or something. I don't know.
You got to me. If hell, and then I have to have it insured. I don't want to have my luggage lost and sent to someone who doesn't care at a hotel.
Yep.
I also find that there's luggage shipping companies.
Luggage shipping companies?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like for this specifically, and they'll guarantee your luggage gets there.
Interesting.
Nice.
All right. Well, these are just a couple things I noticed.
These are the days of our lives.
These are the days of our lives. What was the part that came before that? Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. This has been The Noticer.
Brought to you by Tide.
So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. We do have an event coming up that we will announce the details of. Probably get that closer to music news. Stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR welcomes Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band.
Oh, my God.
Like a filthy whore.
Hey, we're going to wrap this up. We got to
wrap it up.
We got to
Hey,
on
kids,
the road.
tune in next week for another episode of Doodle Pee.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Kylie Jenner has been hanging out with Drake.
Oh, great.
This
a month after her split from Travis
This
Scott.
story keeps coming back. Do you think there's something going on between them, or do you care? I'll give you both questions.
Well, I don't care, but most of these stories or most of the comments from quote-unquote sources say that they're just friends. They've known each other for a long time.
I'll tell you what, we talk about the surgical enhancements, and we talk about, the people who overdo it. Whoever, I mean, if you look at Kylie, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah.
And besides the lips, there's she's had a ton of other work done, but nothing that where you see all the lines and zippers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's almost like I get mad because it's you're a billionaire because of what you look like. And that's not what you look like. It's, like A-Rod, is he going to get into the Hall of Fame for baseball because you were juiced up half of your career? So it's almost like your numbers are tainted.
Well, the most clear aspect of the whole hypocrisy of this thing is that what got her over the threshold, what started the Kylie Jenner empire, was the Kylie lip kit, and her lips were surgically enhanced.
Yep. I say to you, Greg.
But is it an indictment of the country?
I'm wearing Kylie lip today.
Oh, I hate you.
I know.
Why?
That actually looks good.
I told you I bought it. Yeah.
I know.
I got it at Ulta. I tried one color, and I like it. It's pretty good.
You're giving her money.
I want my lips to look good. All right,
Yeah.
get off my back.
Doesn't look like you're wearing anything.
That's
like
Kylie genius.
That's what it is. That's what I got. I got kind of like a neutral color.
She is.
It's like the Emperor's New Clothes.
Yeah.
It's doesn't even. All right, anyway, got it.
Without all of the surgical enhancements, she's still an attract. She's Delco hot,
She's
right?
cute. Yeah. He's Delco hot?
Yeah.
I think she's just Delco hot.
Yeah. No, I mean, she's not Radner hot.
I see your point.
All right.
Emmy-winning SNL actress Kate McKinnon is set to headline a new series on UCP.
The hell is that? I
don't know.
Is it the Paramount Network?
I don't know.
Is that Uck?
The series, it's Uck.
You guys watch Uck?
The series
tonight on Uck.
That's Uck. Is it? What the hell?
Where's that sound coming from?
Where's that sound coming from?
You know what it is? It's we said series and it lit up Siri on my phone. Where's that sound coming from? I can't yell that loud right now. My throat hurts too much.
What the? Well, we have everything you need. Just tell me what you need and I'll hit it.
All right. How about there's nothing on here.
There's nothing on here.
Thank you. So
Universal Content Productions. It's a it's a division.
We here at
Couple. There we go.
It's a sister station.
Couple.
Couple.
Yeah, Cup is the sister station of
Couple. And it's sister station. Couple.
Cup. Yeah, couple. Couple. You done?
No.
Okay,
Just
keep
give
going.
it a minute. Give it a minute.
Couple. Have fun.
And instead of the CNN,
Yeah.
Couple. This is
CNN.
Couple.
This
Couple.
is
Do that, Fred.
By the the way, Shake Shack, love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time. And I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh, my God. I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I can
make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey, more FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
Ow. But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
Well, no. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear
All right,
it.
I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
Yeah.
So I had to...
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up...
your dog for a walk.
So...
I left it there.
All right, so a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had...
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put... Luckily, I had... Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no,
All
we're good.
So luckily, I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh, no. It gets better. Okay. So then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right. So I can't, like, if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're going to go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
They're going to look at security and they're going to see me, like, all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to, like, collect it all.
Oh, my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
No, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah, I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I do, believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back. And, that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
nothing to notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. So let me go to here and more broken ribs. I have. It says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper?
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walper. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand. I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name!
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man. A little while back, I had this idea. If we were to cast WMMR, the movie,
Yes.
who would play who? And we
That's
went
right.
down a list of people, and we had people suggest, and we eventually narrowed down the cast of the WMMR movie.
What celebrities would play?
Exactly. And playing our program director, Bill Weston, John O'Hurley was the overwhelming
You were
I am-
the overwhelming choice.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. I was hoping he'd have higher standards.
So to understand Bill Weston, he has a bit of your delivery. He is somewhere between Peterman and Ted Knight. So right, and that would be right, and that would be the deal. So
we figured we'd come up. Actually, Steve did come up with some lines that might be indicative of Bill.
These are things that he has said in various forms.
And we're calling this the Bill Weston story. Soup. There it is. He hates soup. It's a long story.
So a lot of this is very inside.
Do we have any soap opera music, which would?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, give us a couple of Bill Weston lines. That'd be wonderful.
Here we go.
Okay.
Preston, try to refrain from mentioning on air that you occasionally use Band-Aids. It makes you sound privileged. I just saw the most amazing thing while driving in today. Firefighters were collecting donations at various intersections. Is that a Jewish thing? So last night, I was jarred awake from my slumber by a horrible nightmare. Both Preston and Steve were there in the studio, sitting on horses and eating soup. What say we file that one under who gives a crap? Oh, that recently widowed quadruple amputee was a terrible guest. She didn't bring the ha-ha.
Perfect. And last one.
On today's show, you had the Pope driving in a go-kart, you solved the John Benet Ramsey case, and you raised Kurt Cobain from the dead. I'd give it a C+.
I couldn't have asked for better.
My
Hall
God,
of
that was
Fame.
absolutely perfect.
Yep. I am nothing like that. All of that stuff is taken out of context.
My God, it's like looking in a
It's like, by the way, the interview, I'll give it a B+.
B+.
No, that was terrific.
Oh, well,
thank you very much for playing along with it. Absolutely. I don't know. You're reading
Gold. It's gold, Jerry. It's gold.
All right. We're going to have to probably pay a retainer to use that. So no drops. We're not going to use those as drops. So. But thank you very much. That was a great interview.
By the way, who was the singer who did that ghastly song, Pina Colada?
Oh, Rupert Everett. Or wait.
Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch.
No, it was Rupert.
Rupert Everett, wasn't it?
I think
Not
you're
the
right.
guy from Harry
No, Rupert
Potter?
Everett's an actor.
Yeah.
Who the hell am I thinking of?
That's
Rupert.
I'm way off.
Oh, don't play it. Oh, it makes me ill.
Caught in the rain.
I detest
What's his, Rupert
every
Holmes.
second of it.
Holmes.
Rupert Everett is the actor.
I rarely would beat up on a song. This song makes me want to vomit.
Midnight.
Oh, stop it!
In the dunes of the Cape.
Wait, why do you hate it so much?
It's hideous. It's first of all, he says, my lady. You know, my lady. We got some problems with my lady, my old lady. You know, and then I'm going to look in the newspaper and hook up some chick. And
This would definitely be yacht rock.
The same my lady, and the same chick is hooking up with me that I was trying to get away
I'm just
from.
surprised because it's very Buffett-esque, and
It's
you
not
are such a
Buffett-esque.
huge
It's
Buffett
ghastly.
fan. Okay.
It's ghastly.
Actually, Jimmy Buffett has said this is a perfect song.
He has not. He has not.
Pierre, it's all rock and roll.
See?
Yeah, isn't it all rock and roll? Isn't it all rock and roll?
All right.
Oh, man.
Turn myself against me. Turn.
It is about having an affair. Like he's trying to set up an affair, and his wife is trying to set up an affair.
Rock and roll.
When you listen to the
except for
lyrics,
this crap.
it's pretty messed up.
All right.
That's the great thing about rock and roll.
I'll stand.
You're into, as long as it's not Rupert Holmes, because that's crap.
See, the danger on this program is to reveal any vulnerability, and then it will be immediately seized on by the rest of the masses on the Preston and Steve compound complex, and then, but not just once, they'll save it in that file, and then when you least expect it, pull it out.
Well, you know now this will be something for you for a while.
Yes. Yeah,
and then you'll be able. There was a second though Rupert Holmes song. Yes, there was. Besides the Pina Colada song. Do you remember that, Preston?
Dry Martini?
I don't know. Nick's going to have to look
Do
it up.
check, yes.
Something called Him, Steve? I don't know that.
Yeah. Sing it, Nick.
But it came out in 1980. Pina Colada came out in 1979, so it was right afterward. But
Maybe.
He was that was a hit single.
It's
apparently.
him.
By the way, you just said pina, and I've heard that that's technically the way you say the drink, pina colada.
Pina colada.
Although I always used to say pina colada, but he sings pina colada. If you like pina colada,
It's actually piñas. Yeah.
When you have more than one.
I hear pina colada. Hang on. Let's listen.
Let's play it.
Oh no!
Here we go. Hold on.
What have I done?
I hear pina.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
You're just looking for reasons to hate it.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kev. Hey, question about Cardboard Classic. I may be way off the mark here, but Jen Frederick stopped by not that long ago. Are they coming? Is she coming out? Did she say that?
Yeah, she can't wait. Yeah, because
Okay.
this is like her.
Fox 29.
Yeah, she goes to Montage all the time. Her and her lady friends, right, Kath?
Yeah, they wear matching outfits. Like I don't know how I can ease my way into this group, but I
they
somehow
want you
got to
in.
get in.
She said she wants you in, and she was giving us all the info about Montage. Jen knows it. That's where we learned about the Ertz.
Yeah, that's right.
Yurts.
The yurts.
Oh, those tent things.
Yeah.
Ertz, yeah. With the
Yurts.
they'll come by and she said they have like flamethrowers or something they'll use to light your
To light your fire.
your fire
fireplace.
pit or something like that.
We should start a yurt company called Yurt So Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yurt's so good.
It probably
is
exists
one
already.
son of a bitch.
Right.
They always jump on our best yurt ideas.
And keep in mind that we
God damn it.
what?
Already.
This already. Damn it.
That we here, the members of the show, have not been to the area that we're going to be broadcasting from. We don't. This is going to be brand new to us. Our promotions team, our engineering staff, they've all been out there. They've looked it over, but we won't know what we're getting until we get out there.
Yeah.
On Friday or
It's
Thursday.
exciting.
A lot of people are asking about like tailgating or coming in to see the broadcaster, and I don't know the answer to a lot of those questions because it's our first time at this mountain, and we haven't done it for 3 years.
Yeah, so you're just this year gonna have to be a little bit patient with us as we try to figure out exactly how we're gonna navigate all of this stuff. Marissa's coming over here with some info.
Yeah, just because Eric Simon posted up some maps on the Cardboard Classic page. So that's helpful about the way that you will be able to get onto the area. When you get there, you will have to sign up for a ticket. It is absolutely free, but there'll be areas where you can sign up. They're making it really easy for the sled people to go on their other way.
Excellent.
Yeah, and then
I
there's
love that.
also this page on there called, it's from a company called Discover NEPA, Northeastern Pennsylvania, and they have some ideas for us for places to eat around there and stay if you're looking for a hotel room.
Perfect.
Okay.
So making it easy for us.
That was a really high-pitched perfect.
Perfect.
But we will ask for your patience if it doesn't go perfectly smoothly because this is our first time doing this at Montage. So We'll figure it. This is our, as you said earlier, Steve used the term shakedown cruise. Where until you get in there and do it, you're not sure what inconveniences you're going to come across or what things are going to be easier or harder. So this year it's our learning season,
and I love it. They're bending over backwards to make it as fun and as effortless and as wonderful. And we'll get everything down. But I mean, we're back. We're doing the freaking cardboard classic.
Montage started reaching out like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Wanting us to move it, and we didn't entertain it because we had a system down pat at Jack Frost, and then new owners came in. Hang on, Marissa, I want to hear what you have to say.
Where you going?
But you had your hand up like you want to say something.
Well, you were just talking about this is our first time Montage. Guys, this is our first time since 2020.
Yeah.
We've been away from this for that long.
Yeah. So, but we had the system down pat. We knew how it worked, and we didn't want to leave that. And then new ownership came into to Jack Frost, and they have their own, path that they want to follow, and they didn't want this to be a part of whatever it is they're doing. So we're like, okay, we need a new home, and we knew exactly where to go to.
Bam!
And it's to Montage.
Pow!
So, pow! Here we go. Thank you, Marky Mark.
I'm working on another little list, too, for some tips and tricks, because a lot of people have been reaching out to us asking, what to do if they're first-timers. And so I reached out to a group of people on a fan site, and they have tips like wear good sneaker or wear good boots. Because if you're standing there for a couple hours in sneakers, your feet get wet.
No, it's true.
Kind of things like that. So look for that on PrestonSteve.com.
So I have a quick question. So we have seen where we're broadcasting from, there is a big deck that wraps around. On this illustration here that we're looking at, you can't see it at home, but it says VIP. I think that is the bottom of the run, is it not?
Yeah, well, it's where we'll be, where we can view them.
Right, so we're going to be seeing the runs then coming straight down, which is going to be pretty wild. And then the Mountain Fest stage is right there as well.
Yeah, so then we've got, later on that day, Everclear performing live.
Yeah.
Baby.
And the next day, Fuel and Lit will be performing. There's fireworks, there's... they're going to do the skiing across the pond thing. So
you remember, I think for the past couple of Cardboard Classics, Jack Frost closed down fairly early, right? I mean, it was everything ended kind of early, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, the mountain there closed at 4.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, but then the bar would shut down fairly early as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know what time the whole event is going to be happening until, but I know that. Everclear goes on at 5.
Yeah.
That's early.
So it's going to have to be hanging around.
Just as it's just starting to become twilight. And
they're doing
getting
fireworks the next night, right?
Yep.
I haven't gone skiing in at least 3 years, maybe 4. And so I'm going to attempt to ski on Saturday. It looks like the weather's going to be pretty good on Saturday. So I'm staying up for the whole weekend, which I'm also excited about.
Yay.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
It's happening this Friday. It's crazy, man. I'm looking forward to it.
I love it.
Want to see what this is all about. So we're going down on Thursday. We always, the night before is usually, I've forgotten about this. We do like a little hang the night before too, sometimes.
Well, we were in the lodges before. I don't remember really hanging. I know the last time I skied, Nick, was the last Cardboard Classic, that Thursday night before. So I'm going to try and...
You can try on Thursday?
I'm going to try on Thursday. But also, we're probably going to be staying at the same hotel. And, there's like a 5 Points area right there.
I don't even know where we're staying.
I don't know
We're supposed to find that out today.
Okay.
And not to wax too nostalgic about it, but that last Cardboard Classic, that was right before the pandemic hit.
The next day.
Yeah, that was our last big event, and we were all hanging out, packed bar together. Preston, you got morbidly sick.
I did.
and then had to come home, and it wasn't COVID. Like, you just had the flu or whatever.
Yep.
And then we were supposed to go to spring training like 2 weeks later. That got shut down, but Kathy and Marissa still got on a plane and went to Florida. Like, it was just, that was a really crazy month, that March of 2020. Yeah.
Weird time, man.
I mean, we were surrounded by people.
Yes.
That day was so much fun, though. Kreischer was there.
Yeah.
Bert showed up, and my son Carter's a huge fan of his, and he got to meet him, and I just remember that day, and it was a great event, period. I mean, like the snow conditions were optimum, and it ended up being a great day, but it was it was strange after that.
Well,
yes, it was.
And yes, absolutely. And it was so upsetting to look forward to and not have it, but here, we're back up and running, and we're going to start to, build it back up. As you said, Preston, understand if things aren't quite familiar to you. Of course, they won't be unless you're a montage person to begin with. But we're definitely crazy excited about it.
You know what? I know you said it was it sucked that we didn't have. It was actually kind of nice to have a little bit of a break from it. I think, and maybe build the excitement back up about its return.
Right.
So I'm excited for Friday. And I hope it
give us
it goes wonderfully.
Good conditions. Give us some good snow. I know they have the ability, and we'll be fine. Doesn't matter. I don't care.
There's a text. There's a positive text about Montage Mountain. It says we conceived our first child at a hotel on Montage Mountain last year.
Maybe I'll be in that room.
They said it's a great place. Maybe
the night before, I usually do nude Tai Chi in my room.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Marissa had mentioned wearing boots and make sure that you adhere to, cold weather conditions. Don't let that stop you, like Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh, my God.
Who would wear tights, leggings,
yoga pants,
and no underwear, and no gloves, and sneakers.
No, he got
a shirt.
He got snow pants and
Did he?
Yeah.
When? After doing it a couple of years?
After I think the 1 year when he froze his
the tip of his penis off.
Yep. He got snow pants.
One of my favorite moments of Cardboard Classic was when Jackie was spinning, and one of the sleds came down the hill, and I think that they were Cinderella or whatever, and Jackie started playing the Pat's Chili Dog song as they were coming down the hill. And we were all looking at each other going, no way.
Pat's Chili Dog.
It was great. It was wonderful. So it's coming up on Friday. I can't believe it, but it is here. All right.
I'm looking forward to the Josh Groban sled that's going to come down.
Yes. One more time.
Shut the f*** up!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Josh Groban, man. What an inspiration.
We have some time here.
Oh.
I guess we do, right?
Yes, a little bit. Are you the time killer now?
I guess so.
Stream of consciousness there.
I wasn't sure what we were going to talk about here.
We actually we wanted to make sure we talked about the Cardboard Classic a little bit, but we didn't pad it with anything else.
No.
But we're actually having this conversation. You can't hear it. This is how good we are.
That's how good it is.
We're taking care of all this behind the scenes.
No, there was a story I was going to share with you guys, and yeah, you know what? I guess I can do this one now. This was kind of interesting. It's a local story, but there's a Chick-fil-A restaurant in Royersford.
Oh yeah,
in Rofo, and it's actually not too far from where I am, so I'm very familiar with this area. But they have instituted a policy now. That says unaccompanied minors are no longer allowed to dine in the establishment after unruly children and teenagers continue to cause disruption.
Oh, I thought you meant coal miners.
No, not those kind of minors. People that are under 18.
Okay.
In fact, they're putting the number at 16. So essentially, if you are 16, if you're under the age of 16, you can't be in the restaurant and eat by yourself. They're not going to allow it any longer.
It's pretty wild. I've seen that at a few places, though. The 7-Eleven up on Ridge in going into Roxborough. There's a certain time of the day during the week. I think it's after the school's let out. For a couple of hours, you can't be in there.
Is it because they just become hangout spots?
Yeah, yes. I think there's also theft.
All right.
Yeah, and all that stuff as well. But I think they become hangout spots.
So my son's 16, and he recently, I don't know if it's a confession or whatever, but he told me that he and his buddies have two hangout spots. One of them makes sense to me, and the other one makes zero sense. The first is Shake Shack. I'm like, all right, cool. I get it, because Shake Shack is awesome. The second is Staples.
Staples?
Yeah.
The office supply store?
Like inside or?
Why?
I don't know, Kathy. I can't figure it out, but that's where they go. And it's like
it's where all the greasers hang out.
Teenage boys. It's a place to kill time, perhaps.
I can see it because if your gang gets into a fight, you have reinforcements there.
Sure,
that's good.
Loose leaf reinforcements.
That's good.
Staples actually has a lot of snacks there. Did you know that?
It does.
Yeah. Where?
Oh, it does.
Surprisingly, on the way out.
Yeah, taken after dad.
The checkout counter.
Yeah, like the impulse buy aisle.
Yeah.
It's loaded
Snacks.
with candy and snacks and all kinds of stuff.
I thought you meant free snacks.
No,
not free snacks.
Nick. Oh, that's right. Of course,
I thought They handed them out.
Sir, you'll have to pay for those. I'm on the radio.
Spit those paper clips out.
I'm sorry.
I thought you meant like Costco. Like you can go.
No, not samples.
Oh, no.
No, the aisle ends at the point with the loose leaf reinforcement.
Well, I mean, like we used to hang at the mall, and
Sure.
some of the stores at the mall made sense, you know, like your Spencer's and whatnot. And
Was the food court
we didn't really
the food
like,
court was kind of a standard hang, right?
Springfield Mall didn't have a food court.
We had arcades when I was my age, so that was
Okay.
perfect. You know,
Yeah, for me,
just hang out.
It was things remembered for me. Because
we
we
were
just like to
malls-
see people be nostalgic.
Yeah.
We were malls too. Like
Yeah.
that was where you got dropped off on Friday night
Yes.
and you would hang there. But like
Yeah.
any Staples that I've been in ever is like quiet and there's not very many people there. Like you go to Staples for a specific reason.
So how many
browse Staples?
How many people in his gang would be at Staples?
It's like 5 or 6 kids, and as far as I can tell, they're pretty nice, nerdy teenage boys. And it's like
You're gonna collate or what?
there's one down. It's the one on Montgomery, right down the road from here, and
But I'm surprised they don't get kicked out. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause like somewhere
Well,
like
that's why I brought it up. Yeah.
somewhere like Target, you're not going to know if kids are just roaming around. But somewhere like Staples, where there's not very many people, they're going to know.
There's a Staples, there's an Acme, there's a Wawa. So there's
Yeah,
like,
they hit that Wawa from
and then
time to
across
time.
the street, a couple of like mom and pop type of like sandwich or pizza places. I know that when I
Pizza
was
places were always kind of a hang place as well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you were eating or somebody was eating, then you were fine to hang there. I would hang at a place, Nick, in the town of Swarthmore, right near Swarthmore College. There was this little boutique store called T-Bumbles, and I would hang out there, but only because they had a whole bunch of mind bending games. You know, like you got to try and get this chain.
What was
apart
it?
or
Was
whatever.
it like a mind game store?
No, but they just had one little section where they had all these little mind games. Now it was like you could get like Hummels and stuff like that there.
Wow. Where's the best Hummel place in town?
What are Hummels?
The little figurines, cherubic sort of looking people.
Oh, okay. So anyhow, this place at this Chick-fil-A, they're getting loud and obnoxious and vandalizing and making a mess
Over
and
chicken?
using explicit language. So they're just hanging out.
Yeah.
So the deal is right across from there, Kathy, is that, what was that, Urban
Air?
There's an Urban Air place, and,
Okay.
and they're saying some are coming over, leaving there, and it says, and I did like that in the post that they made, they did add this. The store went on to apologize to well-behaved teens who are being affected by the new rule and said that it is not blaming parents for the kids' behavior. They said, parents, we're not blaming you. Children and teens are learning to navigate the world free from supervision and often push the boundaries, and we simply can't let them push those boundaries anymore at our restaurant.
They don't care. I mean, I have been in, restaurants where like a group of 15-year-old boys will come in. They don't give one rat's ass about who is around them, the language that they use, the volume that they're at. Like,
Right.
And I'm not saying all,
Right.
but
Some groups.
Yeah,
no, you're
Chicken
right.
fans.
Yeah, but like, my son is, a lot like yours, Nick. Same thing. There's a shopping center near us, and they'll hang at the Lawrence Park Shopping Center, and then they'll make their way to Freddy's and Wawa. And every time I drop them off, I'm like, dude, have spatial awareness. You know what I mean? Like, because
don't be an a-hole.
Don't be an a-hole.
Yeah.
And I told him this at the gym because we had run into an issue at the gym where like kids are walking around unaccompanied, and I'm like, listen, this kid that I almost smashed in the head with a dumbbell, I'm like, it's not his fault. He's not being rude. He just is a kid, and kids don't really pay attention to anything that's going on around them.
I blame chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah,
Chicken.
it's chicken.
It's all about
Where's Gene Simmons when we need him? He could be the enforcer.
All right, kids.
Come walking in with his full face makeup on and
Shouldn't you all be
everything.
in school. I'm the truant officer. Get your waffle fries and get out of here.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Chicken.
Chicken. Listen, Chick-fil-A is huge, obviously. Kids, I see the lines, like the drive-through and all that stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
But when did it become, well, this is juxtaposed next to a place they go to, though.
Yeah, they need a place to sit and eat.
When did Chick-fil-A become the thing of the kids?
Well, it's a shopping center there.
Yeah.
So there's the Urban
they can-
Air. There's other restaurants. There's nothing. I mean, this is not like there's a Staples there where all the kids are hanging out.
Something
and you need
obvious, like
somewhere-
an office supply store
Well, I mean, but in high school, we used to.
or an Ulta Cosmetics.
We used to go to Burger King. That was right across the street from school. So after school, the Burger King was always packed. If you wanted somewhere to hang after school, you went to Burger King.
So you don't have a bar to go hang out in, and a restaurant is kind of like that for teenagers. If there are several people there, they just hang out for a long time.
Unless you're with one of your teachers, right?
And then you're going to get bored for a while, and then you start doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
And
then
next
you
thing
get
know,
thrown out.
You're getting into trouble.
So my
and then the Burger King is upset.
My son will go to Popeyes with his friends, and they get it to go, and then they eat. There's a new PJ Wellahans, and there's outdoor seating there.
They eat it at PJ Wellahans.
And they eat it outside at PJ Wellahans.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I would say that's frowned upon.
Well, but it's also February, and nobody else is sitting outside.
Okay, you can get away with that
Right now,
now.
they don't care.
Hang on a second. Todd has an interesting place where the teens would hang. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks. Sorry for bothering you guys at work.
Nah, we want to hear your story. What's up, man?
So I used to work at a mattress store. I worked there for a number of years, and I worked at a couple different locations. And during my time there was a number of times where I had to actually kick underage, I guess minors, out of my store because they were coming in to quote unquote look at beds. And
So these kids just hanging around at mattress store?
yeah, apparently that was a cool place to be.
Loitering?
Average Thursday night.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to the mattress store.
And you know what sucks about this? I mean, especially with these kids
Thanks,
at
Todd.
Chick-fil-A. Like, these kids aren't in somebody's basement drinking. You know, they're not in the woods drinking. You know what I mean? Like, they're, for all intents and purposes, not like breaking the law. They're just
but they're being really rude.
No, I know that. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying,
How
like,
rude?
they could be doing worse things at instead of hanging out and being allowed at a Chick-fil-A.
Does your son,
So they're saying they would curse and mock the staff, vandalize property,
Mock?
steal steal decor, and walk through the drive-through lane.
Yeah,
so
being
they're
a-holes.
they're being they're
destructive.
They're pushing it a level or two too far.
When you start screwing with the Chick-fil-A's decor,
Yeah, man.
you have gone over the line.
Yeah, what decor can you steal
No,
from
I'm trying to
Chick-fil-A?
think.
What happened to my Renoir?
They have at that particular Chick-fil-A, they have these. It's hard to explain. When they're going to bring an order to your table, they have this thing they set on there. It almost looks like a popcorn holder. It's almost this upside down conical shaped thing.
All right. Yeah.
And I think you can put your condiments and bagels and such.
Bagels and such.
It's hard to explain.
All right.
But maybe that's part of the decor.
So
they're
the
stealing.
conical thing.
It's kind of conical. Damn it, I have no way to describe this
I want
to
to see
you.
it.
It's like one of
Like a
Madonna's
spiral?
bras.
No,
Yeah,
it's
oh,
not.
that's what I was thinking.
Nope, it's not a cone. It's a squared off cone.
What?
It's got
It's a squone.
4 sides on it that taper down to a smaller
Oh, like a
end.
trapezoid.
It's a
There
squiggle.
you go.
Okay,
Thank you,
yeah.
Casey.
All right.
So
May I
they're-
get a trapezoid of popcorn, please?
Well, they put food in it?
No.
No.
Condiments.
They put bagels in it. Didn't you
They
hear?
put damn it! I wish someone could explain this better than me. They can maybe call in.
What did they
Help!
put in it?
Help! Signal!
Help!
Preston needs help.
I'm a professional broadcaster. They can't find the words. Help!
It was at that moment in time when Preston couldn't figure out the word tetrahedron.
Just saying.
215-263 WMMR.
So what's it used for?
Dude, I've only been there a
It's
couple of
like a
times.
serving tray-ish.
Do you see it?
Saying.
No, I'm just asking.
No, it's not
That's
a
what I'm
tray.
searching.
Just saying.
It's like what your table number is. It has on there, or
Oh.
where your order number is, and it's a marker to let them know.
I know what you're talking about.
I've been waiting for my Chick-fil-A order. And I've been watching you put your filthy fingers in that tetrahedron.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Do you?
I do.
So
I
explain
do
it to
not.
us.
He explained it.
That does not illuminate us.
It is trapezoidal.
But you've seen it at Chick-fil-A?
I have, and the thing is, so like when you have an order, right? And this trapezoidal has a chicken on it, right? So the order says,
There it is.
right?
We found a picture of it. Go ahead.
A red chicken. All right, so this order goes to red
it's
chicken.
It's just a sign to
Yeah.
tell you where the food goes.
Yeah.
It's not a receptacle.
No,
stealing that?
But you could put stuff
Well,
in there.
you could also wear it on your head and call it an Easter bonnet, but you're not going to do that.
Hang on. It is not just a box. No, it is not. It tapers in size.
I know you
The
made
bottom
that way
is
more complicated.
narrower than the top.
But you don't put things in it.
Yeah.
But wait, it
You
looks
can.
it
You
looks
can-
like like condiments, straws, napkins.
you.
could carry that box to the table with your stuff in it.
Yeah, but you don't like that. See, like we're looking at a picture, the red one with the cookie. Whoever's bringing you your order, it'll say like red cookie thing.
Casey, no, but you can put things.
You
in
can,
it. And
you
people
can
do put things in it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this is the decor that is being stolen.
That's the decor. You're screwing with our decor.
Okay.
I met
you little punks.
I met the owner.
Well,
of
what
the,
do you use this for? I can't explain it.
Why did I have such a hard time?
That was
It's
so
a thing. It's like a conical square
thing.
Do they have cookies at Chick-fil-A?
They do.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Don't you see it on the conical square thing right there?
I don't think I knew that. I heard the shakes are good though, right?
Somebody
They are.
texted in and says it looks like an upside down cowbell.
All right, yeah, that's
That
a
might
good
be
description.
better.
I did not know that they had shakes for the longest time.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you
shakes are good.
guys helped me to that.
Yo, peppermint. Well, I don't know if they have those anymore.
I'm
around
like a
Christmas time.
chocolate.
Yeah.
Do they have regular chocolate, or do they?
Oh,
do
sure.
you have to get something off?
Chocolate, strawberry.
By the way, hang on a second.
Vanilla.
I just want to thank John, who's on the line. He was going to call in to describe it. John?
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Yeah, we figured it out, but thank you. But I guess you're right. More of a box, but that tapers at the bottom,
It's a tapering box.
which gives it almost a conical-like appearance.
Like an obelisk?
No.
freaking box.
An obelisk is usually
With the top cut off. It's like the upside down Washington Monument without the top.
It's like a cornucopia.
like a cornucopia.
It's not.
Thank you, John.
Well,
It's
maybe
like an
on-
upside down Washington Monument with the top cut off.
In the search for these, I found this awesome Chick-fil-A sandwich meal combo ornament for your Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so cute. It has like the sandwich, the fries, the drink, the Chick-fil-A sauce all in an ornament.
How much?
I think I might buy it. It's $32.
Oh, that's it?
It's really cute.
I met an owner of a Chick-fil-A, the one in Lansdale, on Friday night, and she gave me all these like gift cards for like free chicken sandwiches.
It's a great Yes song, Preston.
Dude, it's amazing, but it's only redeemable in Lansdale.
Oh, really?
I know. You know how much I'm going to be going to Lansdale in the next month?
You should give them to Preston.
I should.
I live
though.
very nearby, and I said, "So you're going to give those to me?" And he said, "No."
No,
But okay,
absolutely not. Maybe when I come and drop off a bag of spaghetti,
that'll never happen.
that'll never happen.
All right, but anyhow, so the problem, I think this is too bad that these kids are causing a bit of an uproar in
Always
that
some
area.
bad apples.
But maybe they'll learn a lesson or two about public decency. Well, not decency, but being decorum in public, and chill out, man. I mean, you know, you're going to ruin a good thing for other people.
And how to describe certain shapes.
Yes, maybe we learned something about that. Here, Mike has a way to describe that might make sense. And I think I used the term, something you would have in popcorn.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. Gadzooks. What's up, bud?
Hey, I was just calling. I know exactly this shape. You guys would, let's say, you know, the souvenir popcorn containers you get from the Phillies?
Yes.
That same exact shape, just a fraction of the size.
All right, that's what Preston said. Like a cardboard. They'll give you a cardboard box for popcorn.
But Mike's saying that they make some of them out of plastic, like you can keep.
Yeah, they're plastic. The souvenir ones that you take home.
All right. Thank
Like
you,
an
Mike.
upside
Hi,
down.
Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Bye, Mike. We need a bye, Mike. Wow. There you go. That's
There
it.
you go.
That's
Boom.
it.
Done.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture of it. That's it exactly.
I rest my case.
All right, anyhow, Chick-fil-A in Royersford. Sorry it came to that, but you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Think about it, kids.
Just saying.
Just saying.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. The Bizarre File.
Good boy.
And I think we should announce the show announcement that we have coming up, too. All right, so we'll do both of those things when we come back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
She was, yes. She.
Orinoco Flow.
That's right. That was Enya. I forgot about that.
Oh my God! All right, on my program today,
that song is bizarrely hypnotic too, isn't it?
Which one?
Orinoco Flow.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
Yeah. All right, I'm sorry, Pierre.
Take two.
Try that again, Enya. Sorry.
That's rock and roll.
That's Orinoco Flow.
I like the first one better.
One more time. We're going to have to go again. I love that. And they're in the booth telling her she's got...
And you can say that again?
In the land of peace.
Oh my God!
Let's do that again, Enya.
You don't want to leave it in? I just coughed up a manatee.
Oh, God. Someday yodeling's going to come back.
It will be.
It's all rock and roll.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yodeling is rock and roll.
Except for Rupert Holmes, who is the biggest cancer in music. A tumor that needs to be excised. I wish him unending misery.
Where did he go? He's on the floor.
You killed him.
I'm so
Whatever you're
surprised he
into.
hates it.
I don't hate. Well, I don't love it. I don't embrace it.
Country rock, except for Rupert Holmes, who stinks so badly. He taints everything he touches. Like a plague he is on music.
There goes my peace and love.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't hate? You just tore him apart.
I take it all back.
By the way, somebody texted and said I would listen to an entire show of Steve doing cough takes of famous songs. Okay. I'll leave you with one more thing.
If you like me,
Ray, John, and have a great day, gang. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yay! All right.
Morning,
okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
Who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected.
And I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were it was
I had a job once.
A jazz club.
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
right?
And and ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even people.
It's a good thing.
Yes.
People who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2 to 3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do,
yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now, and I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but... I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day. When he was just joined the band, I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
And then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put the he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played. He
didn't go full Hendrix.
And I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. I couldn't do it. He almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts were.
No.
It was very, very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
He came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good. Every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
This place,
we blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course.
Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to. I guess I ebbed back to. I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you? I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back in 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. they were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make. No one knew how to make a record. But I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do. They had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio with the four walls. It was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio, and we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late '80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket. In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned on? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in '87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we're playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums. And
Yeah, but you know what? I
It was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game, and. If we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates obviously videos, but still a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of if you want to do it, do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good around. And a lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them and we go, "That's us." And they go, okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it.
Let me ask you with the art and your painting. I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kev. Nick had just pulled up Pearl Jam set list from a couple of nights ago.
Last night.
Was it last night?
Yeah, Eddie Vedder did this thing called the Innings Fest out in Arizona, sort of a part of spring training, and they covered U2 last night.
I was looking at
what did they do?
In God's Country.
Oh, great song.
One of my favorites from them.
Josh Klinghoffer is in Eddie's solo band, and so Josh has been playing with him a lot, and I don't know if they've ever covered that before, but they covered it last night.
Okay. And it says here, I Won't Back Down. Tom Petty, they do that from time to time?
They do, yeah. He's a huge Petty fan. In fact, a lot of people were saying the last record was Petty Vedder.
Eddie Vedder.
That's right.
Because he worked with Benmont Tinch.
And it sounded a lot like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Also,
All
Pearl Jam was featured in The Last of Us last night.
Oh, was it?
All right,
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet either.
Awesome.
So good.
How many episodes left?
I don't know. Is it going to be 8?
Last night was the 7th.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Find out.
I don't really know. I don't have time to look.
I'm sorry, Ed.
I think 10, but I might be wrong, and I'm
I
probably
hope
wrong.
so.
I just know that they give you these conical shaped things at Chick-fil-A.
Shut 10 up.
No, you're right, Steve. It's 10.
I didn't know how I didn't know another way to describe it. All right. 10 is a good thing.
Yeah, God, I've been loving it.
All right.
It's like do.
I'm
loving it.
McDonald's. Hey, should we make that announcement?
Oh, yeah.
Are we? So, you know what? Here is the information up here. All right. I will mention this and pass this info along to you. This show is coming to town Friday, June 16th at the Academy of Music. And it's cool because we've had this guy on the program many times, and he's super nice. His name is Kevin James.
Yeah.
Kevin will be performing for the Irregardless Tour, which is not a word.
Right.
People say irregardless. And tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via kimmelculturalcampus.org. And I hope we'll have a chance to get him on in the near future.
That'd be great.
He's great.
Yes.
He's what you, like we said before, he's what you want him to be. He's
Kevin James.
Yeah, he's just a nice guy.
A terrific guy. Yeah, and God, I remember judging shows that he was on years ago, and starting in stand-up. He'd already been established, but he just keeps getting better.
So again, the show is going to be on Friday, June 16th. The Academy of Music. Tickets go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. kimmelculturalcampus.org. We shall do the Bizarre Five.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Cherry Roofing and Siding. You can get 0% financing and a free estimate when you book at cherryroofingandsiding.com. Since 1975, they've been providing service with a cherry on top. So a woman who claims that she was the victim of a sexual assault bit off her attacker's tongue and handed it into the police as evidence.
Wow.
The 57-year-old woman said she was walking her dog at 4 a.m. on Sunday in Avignon, France, when a man in his 30s started following her. He reportedly approached her, attempted to forcefully hug and kiss her while also slipping his hands down her pants. After a struggle, the woman bit off the aggressor's tongue and returned home.
Man.
She and her son then handed it over to the local police station.
Excuse me, did you find something in the park?
Excuse me?
I said, did you find something in the park? Look a little fluffy?
Did we find something in the park that looked a little flusty?
Fluffy.
Flusty?
Fluffy.
Flossy?
Fluffy.
Fleshy?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's about the size of those conical things you have about.
Shut up. I don't need the tongueless dude busting my balls. Officers went to the scene and arrested the man who was originally from Tunisia and said it had been living in France illegally. The man who faces immediate trial is obliged to leave France and reportedly told officials that the woman was the one who had attacked him.
Yeah, that seems feasible.
Yeah, the incident is similar to a recent Spanish case which saw a woman cut off the penis of her would-be rapist. The pair, both originally from Bangladesh, worked together in a bar. The man allegedly attempted to rape the woman, who then cut off his penis in retaliation.
Wow.
The unnamed woman contacted police to admit to her assault. The man was rushed to the hospital for an emergency operation so medics could attempt to reattach his penis. Both were arrested in that incident.
I got to imagine when you're biting someone's tongue off, your mouth is going to fill with blood.
Oh,
right?
God, yeah, that's gnarly.
Yeah, maybe that she was able to do that. Great.
Yeah. A man claiming that the winning $2.04 billion Powerball ticket was stolen from him is suing for damages and to be declared the winner of the historic jackpot. This almost always happens in these big ones. Somebody in the office said they were supposed to be a part of it and blah, blah, blah.
And it goes to litigation.
The winner of November's drawing, a man identified as Edwin Castro, didn't come forward to claim the prize until mid-February. Castro also did not attend the news conference at the California Lottery headquarters in Sacramento. Aside from his name, no other information was released. However, Lotto officials said Castro opted to receive the lump sum option of $997.6 million. Now, a man named Jose Rivera has filed a lawsuit against Castro, another defendant known only as Reggie. Rivera claims to have bought his ticket at Joe's Service Center,
No way, Jose.
where the winning ticket was also sold on November 7th, the day before the $2 billion drawing. In legal documents obtained by TMZ, he accuses Reggie of stealing the ticket from him on the same day. After the numbers were drawn, Rivera said he tried to get Reggie to return the ticket, which allegedly held the winning numbers, but to no avail, with Reggie simply saying that it wasn't a winner. And if found, he'd agree to give up to half. The tabloid outlet added that Rivera, who refused to be blackmailed, told both California Lottery and law enforcement officials about the alleged theft and requested an investigation be conducted before the money was paid out. The suit names Castro, Reggie, and California Lottery. So
It's just fraught with opportunity for this stuff to happen.
Yep. So I have no idea how.
And it gives me an opportunity to use the word fraud.
This is going to play out. We shall see. 3 families are now displaced after a roaring fire tore through an apartment building in Ephrata. Ephrata Police Department said that a garage engulfed by fire had spread to multiple apartment buildings. 3 families at one of the apartment buildings are now displaced due to the fire services. And fire officials say that a preliminary investigation determined that the fire was started by a teen who was, quote, recklessly playing with a lighter and an aerosol can.
Come on.
Dude, this would have been me.
Yeah.
I would have been the kid that started
You set a
that
field on
back
fire,
in the
right?
day. I did.
Yeah.
The crew said this crew say led to items in the garage catching fire, so an investigation is ongoing.
I remember I did it once. I was going to say the first. I did it once and only once with the aerosol after the movie Live and Let Die came out.
Yeah.
Bond does that with a cigarette lighter and it scares the hell out of you and you never do it again.
All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. We will end with this one. A truck driver escaped danger thanks to some quick thinking. His tractor trailer got stuck on railroad tracks while he was inside, but a police sergeant was able to rescue him before a freight train slammed into the vehicle and destroyed it, completely killed the tractor trailer.
Do you notice that the train usually wins in those battles?
Right. So police say that it was a close call for the driver. Cell phone video shows the moment the freight train slammed into the tractor trailer. The captain, John Gold, of the police said that the operator was still inside on his phone trying to make arrangements to get himself off and did not realize that the train was actually coming northbound. He said our sergeant actually alerted him and got him out of the vehicle just in time.
Hey, stupid.
And so here's how it got stuck. He said whatever the load that he had on was quite heavy. Just the contour of the road, the bed of the tractor trailer got stuck, kind of scraped, and it made him stop. So there apparently are low ground clearance signs posted all around the tracks.
Oh, and he ignored them?
Yeah, I guess he ignored it, and he went up, and it got stuck on there.
I saw this footage when the story first broke. Do we know what the cargo was, Preston?
Not in this story. It didn't say. So the driver of the freight train was also unharmed. Steve, I think it was nitroglycerin.
Nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really risky.
No, but police say, thankfully, nothing hazardous was on the train.
Snackables.
Would have been a much different scene. So there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Snackables.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie? It was made twice. It was The Wages of Sin, and then it was called The Sorcerer.
No.
It's a great story. William Friedkin did it the second time, and it's a masterpiece. But it is about these guys who are hired to transport nitroglycerin through these mountain roads, Preston.
Oh, my God.
Like in horrible conditions. It's one of the most. It's an incredible movie, especially because not that they were using actual nitroglycerin, but they actually everything's practical. Going across bridges with trucks, it's all practical. It's not CGI. It's pretty amazing.
Very tension filled.
Very tension filled.
Yep. All right, and that is last story in the B file. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. The entertainment report. No, that's not up next.
Tomorrow.
The trash and music news is up next, as well as the lesson question. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MMR app can't remember your
artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and she said, "You know, Dad, this got legs."
That's pretty good.
Legs. She liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, okay, I'll paint it. If you like it, I'll paint it.
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back out this way, King of Prussia noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
We all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussians.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
If I had a waffle,
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go,
you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
If you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would
Butter
have,
memories.
you would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
That wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing.
I was
So.
like, what? I wish I would have done that.
Love at first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like
Like a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door.
I'll build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still gonna taste good. You're gonna get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
Yes,
Peter
inspiring,
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill, yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I heard recently that isn't even. I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make. In fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
Through and so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has. Like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class. And they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben, here.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times, it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
You all right? Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
I was wondering why you talk like that. And actually, it's not the thing. It's the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. Of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
Poor kid, you poor kid.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
Come on here with us.
We just pulled him in by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
All off guard, that's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is, how does
start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria,
WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by 5 Hour Energy. Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy, and it'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, get this. R. Kelly has been sentenced in Chicago to an additional 20 years in prison, which will run concurrently with the 19 years he's already serving for other sex crimes. Kelly, who might also face an additional 5 years on top of the 20 and 19-year sentences, has petitioned the court for a calculator. Brian Austin Green, as you mentioned earlier, Preston, hitting back at ex Vanessa Marcel for claiming she raised their son Cassius by herself. Green ripped Marcel, saying both he and she are equally represented in the stories Cassius tells his therapist.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the great Dick Van Dyke is opening up about his secret to staying so energetic at the age of 97. Van Dyke credits his wife, Arlene Silver, saying she greets him every morning with fresh juice and a speedball.
Oh.
That's a good stuff to going. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if someone knows the answer to this. What does John Glenn think that Tang tastes like? 215-263 WMMR. First caller in was Sean, so that's who we're going to. Hey, Sean, good morning. Sean, are you there, or is it pronounced Cian?
Oh, sorry, I'm sucking on a chili dog.
Oh, sucking on a chili dog, were you?
Sucking on a chili dog.
All right.
Sucking on a chili dog.
All right, Sean, what does John Glenn think Tang tastes like?
Piss.
Piss! Yeah! You got it, buddy. Hang on a second, Sean. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Kevin James, the Irregardless Tour, Friday, June 16th at the Academy of Music. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via KimmelCulturalCampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
It's brought to you this morning by Citizens Bank Park. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band return to Philadelphia for 2 shows at Citizens Bank Park, August 16th and 18th. Tickets are on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. Phillies.com/Springsteen. We were talking about U2 earlier. The official trailer has dropped for the new Disney Plus special Bono and the Edge, A Sort of Homecoming with Dave Letterman. The show premieres on St. Patrick's Day, the same day that U2's new album of songs, reimagined from their catalog, named Songs of Surrender, is also released. The documentary, which spotlights the U2 leaders heading back home to Dublin, marks the legendary TV host's first trip to the country. So Letterman's never been there.
No,
that should be
it's pretty
interesting.
amazing.
Yeah.
Whenever we get back in town, we go to Chick-fil-A because they have these wonderful little table things.
Oh, yeah. Can you describe them?
All right, I'll try. They're like a conical shaped, but square, and you can put things in it, but that's not the intent. It's more a sign to let them know where to bring the food, but people will put straws and... It's...
So it's a cone?
Not exactly.
You say conical.
I take that back. It's more a tetrahedron by way of a parallelogram with a hint of the Washington Monument upside down cut off. Leave me alone.
With a hint of the Washington Monument upside down.
So it's like a box.
Kathy wins.
All right. Coming soon from Stern Pinball is a new Foo Fighters pinball machine.
Are you still you were very enamored of classic pinball for a while.
Oh yeah.
And did you have a pinball machine?
No, I thought about getting one, but
they're great.
They are great. They're a lot of fun, but I thought I might get tired of just one pinball machine. The same game played all the time. So
I thought someone gave you one.
No.
He's got the cabinet game that is...
A simulator that has like 1,500 games in it.
Yeah. It's called an emulator, and they've got video games, but not a pinball machine. So
They got to have like some sort of pinball share.
yeah, so there are in fact there are services that you can rotate them out.
Okay.
But I've never really entertained it. I should though, because I love that game. But the limited edition machine has its own promo with a new cartoon version of the band portrayed in the clip, including Taylor Hawkins, and featuring the audio to All My Life. Although no release date has been listed for the machine, the Stern site has a countdown clock, which ends on February 28th, so it's coming up very, very soon.
What was that place that you had mentioned or had brought up? And there are all sorts of classic pinball machines, arcade games, and it's like a cafe.
Oh, there's a few different parlors that are kind of like that. Well, actually, Arnold's was like that. They had tons of pinball machines there, too. And then there's a pinball like museum kind of thing out our way. And you can rent these places out.
Yeah, it's fun. I want to. Now I have the pinball button.
And the place where I got that game cabinet was called The Game Is Afoot, and I think that's in
Warrington or something like that.
Yeah, it's over that way.
All right,
dude. The Oculus has great pinball.
It does.
Star Wars pinball.
I love
think.
it.
Yeah,
played a ton of that. So much fun.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. All right. So what else do I have here for you? Gene Simmons is offering fans a unique musical opportunity to record with him.
Simmons.
To record with him at London's famed Abbey Road Studios.
Wow.
July 10th.
You record one of his songs, or?
Well, so here's how the announcement reads, and I'm going to hit the emphasis on some of these capitalized or in all caps words. It says, you will spend the day at Abbey Road Studios with Gene, the same studio where the legendary Beatles recorded their albums. You will hear Gene share stories about his career and items in his personal Kiss collection that spans 50 years, and he's passing them on to you.
Wow.
You will record a Kiss song and join Gene on lead and background vocals live at Abbey Road Studios, where decades of legendary performance have stood. No musical experience necessary.
So that is UYOU, not EWE, right?
That is correct. Yes, it's not a female sheep. And he said, it says, and yes, if you play an instrument, we may use that in the recording. The day is about having fun with Gene Simmons and going home with a personal copy of the entire recording with you on it. Gene,
having fun?
Gene will not release the song. Only you will have the copy.
Mm-hmm.
You will take home items from Gene's personal Kiss collection.
I've determined that I'm sick of you. Spending the whole day with you has proven problematic for me. And I blame you.
And he says, you will get photos and videos with Gene, and he'll sign 2 of your personal items.
Just 2.
Just 2. That's it.
Reginald.
I have no idea
Sasha.
how much this would cost.
Can you change it up and play that Josh Groban song?
Not yet.
I can wait.
You raise me up. Shut the up.
I changed my mind.
You changed your mind?
Yeah.
So this is according to Gene Simmons, AbbeyRoadStudios.com. So if you're interested, you can do it. And I have no idea if it's a contest or if you have to bid on it or what the story is with that.
So is Abbey Road kind of going through the metamorphosis that say, remember, like the Hefner's mansion? It used to be, it was like you had to know someone to get in there. Is it now more of a touristy kind of thing? Or
No, I mean, when we were there in London, you couldn't
get in.
You couldn't go
Okay.
in. You can go in. They have a shop next door.
Okay.
But you can't go into the
All
studio.
right.
You
I
have
hate to think of it that way.
You got to book a session. So,
Yeah.
Let's see here. It says 5,000 pounds.
That's heavy.
It's very heavy. No, it's
I can't pick that up.
fans with essentially it's $6,000 to spare. So that's okay. Interesting. So he's going to do that. I thought it would just be one winner. So I guess it's multiple people will be able to do that.
You.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I don't know what-
No,
Go ahead.
Steve, I was just going to say that when we went to London to broadcast for the Eagles game a few years ago, Casey was able to get 2 awesome broadcast locations for us. But there was a point of time where I was trying to get us to do our show from Abbey Road Studios because
amazing.
they do radio shows from there. And so that's it's possible to do that. It just didn't end up working out that time.
All right. That is cool, though. That would be awesome. Can you imagine? Talk about being distracted.
Oh, God. That'd be
See
amazing.
Gene Simmons over there.
Yeah.
What's going on over here?
I know our buddy Michael Giacchino's worked there, too.
Yes. Yes, he has.
With Paul McCartney.
Yeah. His friend Paul.
That's right. Wow.
Jesus, we got to get out there.
I know.
Imagine if we know people who know really good people.
Yeah. Yeah, that could help, right?
Yeah.
No, I would love to go back to London someday. It's definitely on the list of must visits once again. All right, and then the final story I have is Corey Taylor has officially recorded the follow-up to 2002's CMFT. Taylor started recording the album at the Hideout Recording Studio. That didn't come out in 2002. It came out just a couple of years ago. I thought it did.
CMFT?
Yeah, Corey Mother Effing Taylor is what that stands for.
I never got that.
So anyhow, Taylor's bassist Elliot Larango wrote via Instagram, all done recording the new Corey Taylor record out in Vegas. Really awesome 6 weeks with everyone involved. Can't wait for everyone to hear it, he says.
I think it's
So,
supposed to be 2020.
yeah, that must have been it. Okay. And that's the last bit of music news information I have for you. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. Wrap up the program. Get the first letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then we'll hand it over to Pierre. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. First of all, the website is pretty, like, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it's actually and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay, please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is like our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is like
Writing
Java and HTML, that's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little
We had
symbols.
to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was like his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right because
This
all
is
the other students
outlandish.
were.
This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What am
cheating?
I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to squiggle them or whatever.
Just you have to talk through them. Just keep
This is
talking.
the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, he was talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous Ben is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, our dancer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how far people will go to actually cheat, and I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that I swear they didn't care.
do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen to
I guess to keep up with
their
the
reviews
standards
and
or
stuff like
whatever.
that?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I
conceivable.
went to a really good school, so I guess high test scores were super important.
So it's plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on if he liked you or not. We would write what we had for breakfast on literally I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. I swear
I bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he fed
gotta be
us.
so
He
hard.
was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code. My fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport, Ben.
And that was an outrage, frankly. Goddamn, says I have a rheumatoid arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. She has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
Outside now, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh, my God.
All right, we have to wrap this up.
Oh, we do? Okay, all right.
No.
Officials are working to contain a scabies outbreak.
No. What the hell?
This is at Radnor Middle School, and one student from Radnor Elementary School, yeah. Yep.
Scabies.
And at least 18 students were diagnosed with the infectious disease.
Okay, what is scabies?
It's a rash.
Okay.
Isn't that... Wait, okay. Scabies isn't crabs?
Well, it is caused by a mite. A little creature.
Okay.
But they normally it's not visible to the naked eye. But it's not crabs.
It's not okay.
It's not like
but
crotch
do you get it
crabs.
down there?
You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
The scabies will burrow under the skin and lay eggs.
Oh God.
An itchy rash consisting of raised tracts, bumps, or blisters may appear on parts of the body, including between fingers, wrists, elbows, armpits, waistline, thighs, and genitalia.
Including the nutsack.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Well, there
all the little crevices and cracks.
Yeah.
They lay their
Ball
eggs.
sacks are yummy.
I remember in high school there was an outbreak in our school, but it was everyone who was getting it down there.
Yeah. And so it seems like it's few and far between that we have scabies outbreaks. I always consider that one of those bizarre peripheral things like scurvy and gout.
There was the guy that I told you about that wanted to go halfsies on the fleshlight.
Oh yeah. And by the way, again, take that in. Nick knows someone who wanted to go halvesies on a fleshlight.
Yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, me too. I love him, but I hate him. But there was an outbreak of it in college.
Is this guy an Elvis impersonator by any chance?
No. But he was at the Nationals game last night. But he was in college. He got scabies, and he got it through sexual contact. And so we would make fun of him incessantly afterwards. And the way that we'd make fun of him was just by saying scabies every time we would walk by. But yeah, he got it through sexual contact with a very dirty girl.
Okay, all right. By the way, Steve, you mentioned scurvy. Scurvy, I read the other day, is making a comeback.
Of course.
It's all the rage. Because of like fasting diets and things like that.
Oh,
People
that's
are not,
awesome.
They're not getting the vitamin C that they need, I guess.
that?
We thought we'd missed out on it, Preston, because we weren't able to take the trip to the New World.
Yeah, it's a vitamin C deficiency, and it can make you really, really sick.
And like fruit and stuff like that was how you fought it, right?
Yep.
And leprosy, we learned, is making a comeback.
That's where the term limeys came from, is when the English would travel, they would load up all these limes to try and keep scurvy away. Hang on a second. Maddie has scabies, and Kathy's going to leave the room now. She doesn't even want to be on the phone with somebody with scabies. Hey, how you doing, Maddie?
Good. I had scabies.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, it says actually has scabies.
Yes,
Okay.
I had scabies, and it was horrible. I think I got it on the Appalachian Trail because there was no STD thing going on.
Yep. Okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and that's possibly where this particular outbreak came from. But I'll get into those details in a moment. How bad did it get for you?
It was horrible, dude. Every fold in your skin on your body, they burrow into and they lay eggs, and there's these little tunnels. It's horrible. And
You're laughing as you're talking about scabies tunnels.
yes,
Yeah.
these tunnels. They're like under your skin, like in your knuckles and the creases of your finger.
die.
So Maddie,
Kathy, in your junk too.
in your junk. Okay, we're looking at a picture. You're right, Maddie. It says skin condition caused by burrowing mite.
And they lay the eggs in there, yeah.
They lay the eggs. It was horrible. They gave me this poison that I had to rub all over my body.
Yep.
And I had to wait like an hour and let it seep in. And then blistering caused. There's blistering afterwards.
Maddie, let me ask you, did they make the trip down to your junk?
Spillways. Wrapping up our musical program today. 10:45 on this Monday morning with Preston and Steve show. Lots of sunshine so far, but the clouds are coming from what I have read anyhow with our weather forecast. And we're expecting some rain later on tonight, dinner time, something like that. And then leading to some showers tomorrow morning, high 45. Warming up next couple days, 55 on Wednesday, 59 on Thursday. But then, then it's dropping down on Friday for a Cardboard Classic, Montage Mountain, maybe a chance for snow that particular day.
Give us what you got.
And, yep, they're making snow, and they're getting ready for our day. And our first time there for Cardboard Classic.
They're actually making the run a little steeper, so because obviously the cardboard contraptions that end up coming up to the Cardboard Classic can weigh a little bit, so you need a little bit more momentum. And but man, have they been accommodating? They're awesome.
Yes, sir. So that is this Friday. We'll be headed down Thursday night, getting up dark and early in the morning, and then broadcasting live for the whole thing. Pierre Robert, you will be in attendance once again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Brent Porsche is going to also.
Yeah.
I think all of us are broadcasting from there.
Love it.
I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brent is doing is he doing his show? Or
They were
not?
having some issues with him staying in the bar the whole time.
Right.
Because of the band, I think, was going to start with the sound.
Yeah, there's some conflict.
Yeah, so Rodney was working on setting up a soundproof area for Brent elsewhere. But like you said earlier, Preston, a lot of it's we're just figuring out as we go.
Yeah.
He
it's our
could just
first time
stay
out.
on the hill.
Yeah, Brent? Just keep him outside the whole time?
The whole time.
Yeah.
Well, once we got it down, I mean, it's going to be a great location. There's so much more opportunity there. It's very cool.
I love the way you have been phrasing it 2.0.
Yeah.
Cardboard Classic 2.0. Because it will be different I don't even know Montage Mountain. Have you guys ever been there?
No,
Yeah.
we've just heard great things. Are you, Nick, you've been
I've
there?
been, yeah. My fiance's family is from there, and she's skied there several times, and she grew up skiing in the Poconos, and it's great. I'm really excited for a lot of reasons, not least of which Montage is awesome. It's a really cool spot. The lodge where we're in is great. The bar is cool, so it's going to be really cool, and just to have it back at all is fantastic. But I'm excited about this new location.
And a different experience as far as the way that Jack Frost was, is we were at the top of the hill, right? At broadcasting. This is different. We'll be at the bottom,
like most normal places.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, that was always weird, right?
There's no ski resort that starts at the top and goes to the bottom. So anyone could go to Jack Frost and ski down the hill. If they were checking passes, then you'd have to walk back up. You know, you could do it for free one time down the hill, but
I never thought about that.
But yeah, I don't know of any other place. There might be, but I don't know any other place in the United States or the world that starts at the top and goes to the bottom.
Yep, exactly.
So this is a more normal setup, but I can't wait to see it.
Yep, new approach for us.
And I loved how you guys were talking about the last one, because it truly was right before everything shut down. We essentially hosted a super spreader event.
Oh, and then I went to another one. I went right to the Fur Bowl. That evening, I went to the Fur Bowl for Morris Animal Refuge, put on a tuxedo, and I probably got a couple of social diseases. I was so close to people, but I didn't get anything else.
Well, it was funny because I was doing the happy hour in the lounge, and, you know, it was out, you know, try to stay away from people, you know, walk around people. There was no masking thoughts at that point, but wash your hands and stuff. And I'm trying, and it was simply impossible. And people are just coming up and throwing themselves on me and hugging and pictures. And finally on the air, I just said, all right, there's this thing going around. If somebody's got it, we're all going down.
Here we go. Was that the year that was the year of Mr. Peanut, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. And then the year before that was the great Snowmageddon, wasn't it?
Where it took Steve 8 hours to get home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was the year before.
That was, I mean, the amount of memories, the
Yeah.
amount of things that you end up talking about because of the Cardboard Classic are, every one of them, even if they weren't that good at the time, are fantastic.
Maybe both of those things were indeed an indicator that we needed to go somewhere else.
Well, that plus my crash.
That's right. Oh, when you got launched off the balcony of the double-decker bus.
You know, anyone can Google it. Pierre's Cardboard Classic crash if you never saw the video. And Preston throws it up to me. It's a live microphone. And we start going down, and I said, I've got a bad feeling about this as we start. And maybe halfway down, if that, it starts disintegrating to the right, which I was on the right-hand corner, and off I went like Superman.
Yeah, you shot off in that direction.
Right. And
that was great.
It was great. I had already gotten one concussion at Jack Frost Mountain a couple of years before. I don't know that I got a concussion, but maybe I did. But Preston, God bless you, happened to have a flask in your pocket. And I immediately called for it, went for it, and received it.
I think
All
we're
right,
watching
so
you now.
in our studio, we're watching this video. Yeah, you can just let it roll. And as it comes down the hill, you'll see it start
I'm
to
in
list.
red.
And
Kaboomski.
Oh.
Bang.
Luckily, it's nice and soft.
Oh my God.
Not ice.
you know how soft snow is?
Yeah.
No, usually it is, but it's...
We've been wanting to get rid of Pierre for a while. This way, we don't have to pay him severance.
What I love is in the Mr. Peanut footage is that, you know, we're yelling, you know, get out of the way, get out of the way. And then at the bottom, and we all admit it, we're all terrified. Preston, you go over. I don't know what you asked him, what year it was or whatever. He got it right. He's okay.
I asked him how many fingers I was holding up. He's like, he's all right.
There's no
By
way
the
he's injured.
Pierre's crash here, in the aftermath of this, if you guys watch closely, you can see small explosions going off.
Oh, that's right.
They continue to happen because they had pyrotechnics.
Of course.
And after the whole thing is lying there and everyone's in a huddled mess, you can see these small explosions, these little poofs of smoke coming up, and this going bang,
And like
bang.
Preston on the other side looks like a clown car as people come out of a hatch to escape the explosions on the other side.
Right. So what's one concussion for the safety of, you know, possibly blowing off an arm with the various percussive devices that were contained within?
That's the
Bottom
spice
line
of
is,
life.
if there's anything that we've learned is You need to be there in person to see these things happen. So you can say, I was there, and you can tell the story.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
The melee here is insane. I'm watching what's going on here. The amount of people doing somersaults and that are slipping and falling. Like,
There's still people partying while like others are
But
injured.
I'm still on the air.
Yeah.
I've still got a live microphone. Leaving my and the Blue Cross people, Red Cross people, ski patrols are coming up to me saying, "Are you all right?" And then I immediately head to the booth where Preston and Nick are standing.
You're fine.
And
what year is it?
It's 20.
No, you did fine, but you can see you're holding your head, when you first get off, and you obviously took a big spill.
Oh, I remember you being very
Yeah.
like you. That shook you.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, but God bless him. Preston had a flask in your pocket. There
you
it
go.
is.
Yeah,
and
ready to take a swig.
I took a swig immediately.
Yeah, that was whiskey.
Yeah,
Wow,
there you go.
Jason's still your
Bourbon.
producer, so this is pre-pancake.
Yeah. And by the way, there were like 40 people inside that thing. If you look at all the people standing around after
Well, and
the
people
crash.
kept getting on it. At the top, more people started gathering. Oh, sure, we could take 20 more. Why not? On a
I mean, it's made of cardboard.
Yeah,
it
it's
should
made
be
of
able to hold
cardboard
that.
with a little tape and scotch tape at that. So there it is, or was.
By the way, the snowstorm, Snowmageddon, was 2018. Right after the Super
18.
Bowl.
Okay, a few years ago. Okay, all right. Well, anyhow, we got a new chapter to add to the ongoing novel that is WMMR and the Cardboard Classic. We have a Word of the Week prize. Shall we do a letter, sir?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Santa.
All right, and that's the first letter, S, and we have 3 cases of the new Surfside Starter Pack, a variety of their lemonades and iced teas, plus a Surfside hat, 2 Surfside, it says Stateside Rocks glasses, a Surfside tin tacker metal sign, and flag Surfside iced teas and lemonades are proudly made with Stateside vodka, and they have only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and are 100% non-carbonated. You can visit statesidevodka.com to find a retailer because it's always summer with Surfside. So we're going to give that away, actually, I guess, at the Cardboard Classic on Friday. What's happening on the program today?
We will have Workforce Blocks of Journey and Shinedown and Leonard Skinnerd. It's Neil Sean's birthday of Journey today.
How did I miss that one?
The hell?
It wasn't even on my list.
Or it could have been yesterday.
Okay, all right.
Or it could be tomorrow.
One of my all-time favorite guitarists.
There you have it.
Excellent.
That's why we're doing it.
Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on the program, Tuesday, we'll give away a free tattoo. It's Tattoos Day. And comedian Chris Turner will be joining us.
Yeah.
And we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We are done. So rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.